I'd like to call the Town of Cedar Lake Plan Commission work session of September 6, 2023 to order at 6 o'clock. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have 5 members now, so we definitely have a quorum. Roll call, please.
Mr. Carnahan.
Here.
Mr. Foreman is absent. Mr. Hunley.
Here.
Ms. Nessauer is absent. Mr. Sharp.
Here.
Mr. Parker.
Here.
Mr. Kapora.
Present.
Mr. Oliphant.
Here.
Mr. Austin.
Present.
Ms. Abernathy. Present. Ms. Titus is present.
Okay, first order of business. Pinecrest, one lot subdivision and rezone. Owner Pinecrest Incorporated, CO, care of this law, 12612 Wicker Avenue, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Petitioner Nathan D. Viss, 12632 Wicker Avenue, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Vicinity of 8504 West 146th Avenue, Cedar Lake. Petitioner is requesting a preliminary plat for a one-lot subdivision and a rezone from resort to planned unit development, PUD. Hello, Nathan.
Good evening, Mr. Kapira. How are you this evening? Great.
Good.
Good. Good evening to the Plan Commission as well. Back before you again for, I think, our third meeting in the past 8 months to discuss this proposed exciting development. When we met last month for this particular proposal, one of the chief items that we were in discussion with you, as well as with your engineer and town officials, was the finished base and what the surface area was going to look like in this proposed development. My client has reviewed, we've studied it with engineers, and we are in agreement with the concerns that were raised at the last meeting, that when the project is completed, that we can achieve a hardened surface on top of the entirety of the area that's going to be parking lots or that's going to be a storage area. We analyzed the possibility of some hardened pavers as well as asphalt and concrete. I believe the consensus that we've come to is leave it open as an option of one of the three, but most likely what my clients will come down to would be a hardened asphalt surface. So you should have in front of you, I believe, everybody, in a quick approach, steal from John here and give to Mr. Carnahan a proposed overview of what the project would look like upon completion. What you see on the left-hand side adjacent to the marina is the greenbelt area. That's the area we're anticipating a significant amount of the water that would fall on the asphalt area and off the boat storage building would shed towards the marina area, and that is that greenbelt area that we've been in dialogue with Don on as to what that would look like, both A, to slow down the water, B, allow it to cool, and then C, allow an opportunity to filter before it then drains into the marina area. Then what you're going to see, if you take a look down further towards Lowerman and the adjacent roadway there would be a concrete entryway built to commercial standards to access into the area. And then as you traverse in, you can see the future building expansion area, that area between the small building by the marina, and to the right would be asphalted. Work your way into a larger parking lot area. That area again would be asphalted to the right. Against the residential areas where you would as well have boat storage area, that would be asphalted, and then around to the back you can see the boat storage building that's proposed there. And surrounding on the north and on the east is again the 5-foot greenbelt area that we described last time, that would be comprised of 50% of either evergreens or arborvitae. One of the items that we did discuss with both my client and with the engineer is, while the finished product would be a hardened surface, either asphalt or concrete, there is a timing issue with the implementation of that. And that's one of the items that we've modified in Exhibit C, which is the development agreement. We've redlined that for its easier reference, but if you turn your attention to page 3, paragraph 14. What my client,
Nathan, when I was uploading the document, for whatever reason, the PUD documents didn't make it onto the iPad.
okay. That's all right, I can try to succinctly describe it. What we proposed in the development plan timeline would be that the boat storage building would be constructed on or before May 1 of 2024. The next portion of the project, just in sequential order, we've been advised by engineers, would be then the deepening of the marina area subject to DNR approval, as well as excavating that shoreline. That would be done on or before July 30, 2025. My client obviously would like to have that done much quicker. Unfortunately, we need both local permitting as well as downstate DNR permitting, and that's something that we just cannot control. So if that can be done sooner, definitely we'll be done with that. Once the new edge is placed along the edge of the marina, the next step would be the marina boardwalk and lighting improvements. My client is planning on an ADA accessibility boardwalk along the edge off of the parking lot. There would then be a green space, and then the final step as proposed in the development plan would then be the finished surface area throughout the entirety of the project. And throughout, my client's anticipating there may be portions which would be asphalted right away, but specifically the area adjacent to the marina and then surrounding the building, as there is significant construction, that would be the last aspect that would be completed, recognizing the heavy machinery that would be traversing upon it. Received a good set of questions from Don as well in the last couple of weeks, which we've gone not back and forth on, but we've sent revisions back pursuant to those requests. Don, appreciate that keen eye that you always give to it. I'll just highlight a couple of those. One of the questions that Don had raised was we had sought a waiver of specific parking requirements and number of parking. As you know, we've proposed there may be a wide variety of uses for this property. We don't know what the future may hold. And in discussions with Ashley, one of the things that we discussed with her is that, say, for example, there is a small little restaurant that is there. It's anticipated that it's mostly going to be boat traffic that would be there, but if a small interior restaurant would open up, what I've worked into the PUD agreement is that the number of indoor seating would be accommodated by the number of parking spaces that are available on site. And on the map that's before you, there is currently planned 33 parking spaces. But in discussion with both my client and engineers, there is capacity for much more parking if that would be required, specifically on the eastern edge of the boat storage building. There's capacity for another 15 to 20 parking spaces if that would be necessary on that spot. And just to highlight a couple other questions that you had raised at the last meeting and Don had raised. Don had raised the question of future plan scheduling of the paving. We just outlined what that proposal would look like. Don had raised a question about the entrance off of Lowerman. Should that conform to a commercial drive approach? And we have worked that into the development agreement as well. And then Don had additionally requested some information on what the proposed 5-foot wide landscape buffer would look like, and we've proposed some specificity in the document that it would be comprised of either evergreens or arborvitaes, and that once planted and completed, there would be no more than 50% visibility between those initial plantings when initially constructed. So the majority of the rest of the development has not changed from when we originally submitted it. Don had a variety of other comments that he had requested on in regards to lighting and some clarifications on the engineering, which we've updated as well. Ashley and I discussed this. Dave and I had some brief conversation about it. It's our plan to sit down early next week and craft a final version, and we're requesting that we be ready for a public presentation on the 20th.
Okay. Don, you concur?
I do. I can expand on some of the stuff that Nate was talking about. So we issued our letter on the 24th. We got a resubmittal back on the 30th, so we're just looking through that now. Some of the big ticket items, I think we discussed this at the last meeting, were the request to not install sidewalk along 147th and Lowerman, and then basically requesting no further improvements within the public right-of-way for the streets themselves, and then no public lighting improvements either. So those are three things to consider that deviate from our standards pretty significantly. There is an understanding here that we do have a tight right-of-way here, especially with the proximity of the marina to the roadway. So whatever widening significantly is probably not possible. I still think a sidewalk can be cut through there, but that's just my opinion. That's just basing on how this board's handled sidewalks for the last probably 5 years, so. Several comments on the PUD and development agreement themselves, but I think Nate summarized that pretty well. A lot of the other things are just engineering stuff that we'll have to vet, but hopefully that's been taken care of with our last recent middle. So we'll look at that over the next 2 weeks and see if we're ready in 2 weeks.
Don, you had a lot of blue ink markups on the 24th letter. Have those been resolved?
I don't think those were my markups.
Oh, they aren't yours?
No.
That was mine.
Oh, okay.
I took Dave Washington's Liberty and Ashley's only I used blue.
Okay.
But that was my comments to Don indicating.
Okay, I thought they were his. And Dave, are those with the red in there yours?
They should.
Okay. That's one clarification.
Bob, there's more coming.
Okay.
Don, did you say you thought a sidewalk could go along the, between the road and the marina?
I think it could. I mean, the other thing to consider is there's not a sidewalk anywhere near this property currently. There's a lot more right-of-way on the south side of the road, kind of towards the wetlands, than there is on the north. So if there's a future sidewalk in this area, without having any sidewalks in the remote vicinity, it's hard to say how you would master plan something like that. So it's just really almost virtually impossible to predict when or if an actual connecting sidewalk may come in the future, where it might be, you know, is it better suited on the south side than the north side? I highly doubt you're gonna have it on both sides.
Yep.
So that's just something to consider.
Okay, Ashley, you have anything?
I have not had a chance to review Nathan's most recent submittal. I hope to have something to him by end of week.
Okay. Legal have anything?
Same as Ashley, we're reviewing it now with the compilation of technical comments and engineering review. And we just received some information even tonight in clarification, so.
Commissioners, anything?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add, first, apologies for being a few minutes late. So what was said, when I came in, I heard that, you know, the parking spots, I would be okay with minimal parking spots due to the fact that a lot of people, they hope, will be coming via boat, and it'll be primarily a seasonal business, but who knows, hopefully someday there's enough interest in coffee and donuts or something that folks visit and patronize it during the winter months. But was there a discussion on leaving it asphalt versus stone? I missed that.
Yeah, no, but that is one concession that my client's willing to make, would be to use a hardened surface, whether it's concrete or asphalt, or even possibility impervious pavers. We've been studying that. May not be the best option, but we have been advised that would fit your scheme of a hardened surface area. And then what we're proposing is that would be done over a period of time, and the finished product would include that hardened surface. Mr. Corman.
Gotcha. In my opinion, Mr. Chairman, is still that the sidewalk belongs on the south side of the street, towards a wetland, and hopefully someday with some things that are happening within our community and the improvements that we've done throughout the past decade or more, we can eventually achieve, I always called it Mrs. Glue's plan. She always wanted that, talked about it, and so on and so forth. But I think someday having a path all around the lake would be huge. The lighting, waiving the lighting requirement, I'd be okay with, as well as the, you know, the other items that Don had mentioned. So that's all I have.
Okay.
If this storage building is not approved, they will continue to use the parking lot, put the tarps over the boat, and just store them out in the parking lot?
Well, I believe the height of the storage has been approved already. Yeah, if this proposed development were not approved, how would my client use it? I think you'd probably go back to the drawing board to see what's the best use of the property, so I can't say right now.
No, right now, they store the boat behind the thing, and I think the building would make an improvement All those boats stored out there, I think it'd be, eye appealing.
I think it would be a vast improvement. It will allow people the opportunity to store them indoors, no need to store them outdoors in the sightly condition that they can around the lake, as well as allow people the opportunity to store them in a concise, clean location.
Yes, the hike has been granted a variance for the BZA.
And an extension just last month.
What was that?
We extended it last month for an
Yes.
additional year.
Right. Okay. Any other questions? Thomas?
No, sir.
No. See you in 2 weeks.
Sounds like a plan, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good one.
Number 2, Seal Tide Exteriors Concept Plan, Seal Tide Engineers, 3239 Love Rock Avenue, Stegler, Illinois. Petitioner Adam Alpine, PE 398 East 400 North Valparaiso, Indiana. Vicinity of 13741 Osborne Street, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Do we have a petitioner?
Not seeing him. He's not online either.
No petitioner.
He had been present last month, you invited him back with the owner this month. I did not receive any communication. We did receive updated engineering plans.
Which we're reviewing, but I don't know where he's at.
I had a lot of questions that I thought would be answered, but someone will come back to answer. I did look online, it looks like he's a shingle roofer as opposed to a flat. So that answers probably half the questions I had, but,
They might have been confused about the meeting time.
pardon me?
They might have been confused about the meeting time.
I would agree with Greg, it could be possible.
I could put it on the October agenda and send a reminder.
Or if he shows up at 6:30, or
Yeah, let's
Just put it on the.
push it off to the back
Let's
burner.
put this on the back, and then, if he shows up, we'll take him. If not, then,
Okay.
we'll put him in, move him into October, work session.
And it can be confusing to people that we have a meeting once a month at 6 and then the next meeting's at 7.
That confuses me sometimes too, but I make it every time. Okay, number 3, Yachts Way, final plat. Owner petitioner, L&L Capital Assets LLC, P.O. Box 2010, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Vicinity of 13310 West 133rd Avenue, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Petitioner is requesting the final plat for a 2-lot subdivision. Hi, Jack.
Hello, Jack Halls from DVG, representing the petitioner this evening. We have a request regarding the final plat for you, and we'd like to get your input on that. That would be regarding the surety requirements for this particular petition. Don has prepared a letter of credit value, and your ordinance does specify that that surety needs to come in the form of a letter of credit. In the past, there have been petitions that have been allowed to provide a bond for that surety, and so we were asking if we can provide a bond for the surety for that, or that would be our request, in lieu of a letter of credit.
I have no problem with the bond. I've worked with bonds all my career, but, does the town accept that, or?
So our ordinance specifies it has to be a performance letter of credit by the subdivider. We do offer, in lieu of, as long as it's approved by the plan commission. So we do allow for cash in the amount required, other negotiable securities, or a combination of cash or other negotiable securities. But it's gotta be approved by you. So that's why they're back in front of you tonight to ask if a bond is acceptable in lieu of that performance letter of credit.
I personally don't see a problem with the bond. That would be for the exact amount that the letter of credit would be for,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem either, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else on the board, comments on it?
I had no problem, but we can't take any action tonight.
Right, so we're.
Right, so that would be something that we would then bring in 2 weeks for that formal request, and then we would, either proceed with final plat, probably at that meeting, and have those documents in place.
I'd like to know, the name of the survey company.
Sure, and we can get all that information
Yeah.
for you and have that communicated through the planning office
Right.
to you, yeah.
And everything else is up to snuff, right, Don? And I think we've covered everything, and this is ready to go,
Yep,
right?
yep.
One
Okay.
question.
Sure.
This is up by the trailer court, right?
Yeah.
Going into the trailer court.
Yes.
Yes, at the top of the hill,
Right,
railroad.
where they wanted to build, 4 things before and they got.
Yeah, so there was a lot of negotiations,
Yeah.
and this is where we landed on a 2-lot, arch, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted clarification to make sure I knew what I was looking at and talking about.
All right,
Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll stay in 2 weeks.
good, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Number 4, Montessori Woods reinstatement of preliminary plat. Owner, New Century Development, 2036 West 81st Avenue, Suite G, Maryville, Indiana. Petitioner, Oldham Homes, 8061 Wicker Avenue, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Vicinity of 9727 West 129th Avenue, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Petitioner is requesting the reinstatement of the preliminary plat for Montessori Woods North. Hi.
Good evening, Kevin Pasco here with Ed Rechtenwall of Old Top Homes. Again, we're here for the renewal of the primary plat for Phase 3 of Montessori Woods for 88 lots total. Since last meeting, we've been continuing to update our engineering based on Don's last review letter from August 15th. Unfortunately, we have not received the updated engineering plans as of now, but we should be getting those either tomorrow or Friday. And as soon as I get them, I'll send them off to Ashley electronically, and I'll drop off a physical copy at the town hall as well. We're also continuing to work through HOA matters to either create a standalone HOA for this particular part of Montessori Woods or to join with the existing. So we're hoping to have that and the engineering resolved by the public hearing. And with that, myself or Ed are happy to take any questions.
So, Mr. Chairman, with the, we talked about on the last time, a stub possibly, is that part of the engineering? A
No,
stub
we-
to the east?
So
Did you look into that?
we've looked into that several times, but the feasibility on that is just not exactly easy to deal with. We're trying to acquire the right-of-way between where I think that's Cary Street or Hess Street,
Mm-hmm.
and then extending out through the land to Parish.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, 15 years down the road, 20 years down the road, if there ever was an additional subdivision, it just makes it easier for
Right.
folks not to have to drive all the way up to 129 to go east to Parish or west to 41. That's all.
Right.
That's the mindset behind it. So it's difficult because this, right now, just shown as a residential property, is that why?
Well, just trying to acquire the right-of-way in that area, I think could have presented some challenges, so. And we also just want to keep the plat as it originally was intended back in 2006, which did not include a substreet,
Right.
but I certainly do understand where you're coming from on that.
Yeah, 2006 to today, this is a lot more people live here, that's,
Right.
that would alleviate a lot of traffic, that's all. And help the folks that live in the existing monastery, that go north for work or go south, right, so.
Yeah.
John, to touch base on that, the 2 right-of-ways that tee into this parcel, one's a paper right-of-way,
Yeah.
33 feet wide. It is dedicated. There's pretty substantial grade difference coming onto this property from Parish. The other is 125th, which is also planted, but it's only 20 feet wide.
Right, but there's
And
20,
that tees into the existing detention basin.
but there's 26 acres sitting there, so 10, 15 years down the road, if somebody came to us with a plan, wouldn't it be nice to be able to tie it into that existing subdivision? That's all I'm saying. Right now, there is no plan, I get it. So where there is blank land, why not have them stub one of their lots, 120, 121, dedicated enough that would meet the minimum requirement for our roadway, put curbs on both sides, storm drains, and be done. You do have to sacrifice a lot or two, but I think it's an intelligent move for future. That was my philosophy from a planner, the last time.
So
Chris,
John,
Ashley, what do you guys think about that? You know, we kind of did that on Robin's Nest into Lakeside into Lakeside South, so on and so forth. You know, the Leonard subdivision off of 141st, Beacon Point into the other subdivision. So it's even though today we don't know anything about anything, I think it'd be wise for us to stub. It's only one lot, so it's only 150-foot deep road by whatever minimum requirement is. What's 50 feet? So it seems cheap to do and good for the future of our community.
so John, what you're suggesting is put a road so they can come out on 129th, because if they make a subdivision there, they'd only be able to go out on Parrish.
No, not at all. Where they would carry on with the development of this new Monastery Woods South, just take one of the lots that isn't been approved, what would that be, Don? 121, 120?
Monastery South.
Or north. So like 119, for example, just stub a road, even though today, there's nothing to the east. Once you build a house there, you can't ever get to Parrish Avenue. That's my point.
1,200 feet long.
Right, but today, it would stop at the end of the property line of 119.
Oh, you're talking about stubbing it
Stubbing
to
it,
the property?
strictly stubbing it, not getting it to Parrish.
Right.
Just strictly stubbing it for future plans of someday. I mean, I just think that, and it may never come to fruition, in which case that subdivision has a little spot where the kids can, you know, dribble basketballs. So, that's my 2 cents. I'm just one commissioner.
What do you think about that?
Again, I can take that back and we can look into it once more. I mean, if that's gonna be a non-negotiable item, that's one thing, but again, we were just preferring to go with the original plat, so.
Well, I don't see it as a hang-up item,
Right.
but it would be nice, like John said, if this, for future planning there, for that to occur. So if you would, you know, bring it back and see what the powers that be have to say about it.
Okay.
Okay. Don, do you have anything on this?
Kevin's right, we have our August 15th letter outstanding. Once we get engineering back, we'll throw it into the queue and get it reviewed. That's a pretty tight turnaround for 2 weeks if we're not getting anything by Friday.
Could do that, or it'd be tough?
Probably not.
Probably not.
I mean, our deadline for the next meeting is the Friday after, so we would have 5 days.
Is it worth holding them up for?
Probably. I mean, it's a 7-page letter.
Well, Don can't get a review done, then there's no sense in hearing them next week, or in 2 weeks. So,
I mean, we don't even have a resubmittal yet, so that's pending B3 gets us to us Friday.
So you're gambling?
Yeah.
so quicker you get it to him, possibilities you could get it done. So I would say that if he somehow manages to get it reviewed in time for the meeting, then we'd be happy to see you at that meeting. If not, then it's going to have to roll into October.
Good, we understand.
Understood?
Yep.
John, isn't there a difference between the reinstatement basically on the terms of approval from 2006 or thereabouts versus re-engineering and adding, you know, sub-streets, different infrastructure, additional infrastructure? They're really two different time periods and two different review components put to this. That affects the time. That's mostly what that affects for review.
So you're saying contingent upon review?
Well, their petition to reinstate Monastery Woods North was left exactly as it was. You talked about in concept meetings and here in the meeting about adjustments, tweaks, updates, modernization, you know, and the like, the things that utilities needed to be considered and roads. But they asked for a plat that was identical to what was done before, if I reinstate it. So,
But what kind of a tool do we have to make them do like John Foreman suggested, after we approve something like this, they could tell us absolutely not.
No, absolutely not, Bob. They would seek a and a petition for a reinstatement of the existing plat. That whole thing was platted.
Right.
So we know what's there, we know what exists, we know what has been approved, and if you agree that the plat that has expired by time, because it hasn't been built, it's expired by time. If you don't like it, or you don't think there's enough, or you don't think it's enough for the town, you simply deny the petition for reinstatement.
And then proceed with what John Foreman suggested.
Well, they'd be starting over.
But is there a way we can do this, if we approve this and then go, have that put in place?
Well, that'll take some engineering, I'm sure, but every approval could be inclusive of reasonable conditions or reasonable requirements. You're permitted to do that, and should, if you think appropriate.
What do you think, John?
Well, I would like to do the path of least resistance to help these folks out, so if they wanted to break ground, they can. I mean, I think of it as interest rates are against them. We don't know what the next couple of years holds, and, you know, nobody wants to see 2008 repeated, right? Especially folks that build homes. It's jobs in our community, folks are framing, swinging hammers. I think that's great, right? So if me asking for that stubbed road to nowhere, that's 125 feet long by 50 feet wide, were to screw this up and make them have to reapply, then that changes my opinion on that. I just was thinking about 15, 25 years down the road, that's all. And I think that that could be done easily enough with an amendment to the PUD after the fact, is how I think that, is what I would ask for if I were them. Well, that's true.
They have to buy some land, John.
Yeah.
Buying land, private entities buying land,
Yeah.
is different than us buying it.
No, I'm talking about the one lot that they own, just stub one road, 150 feet by 50, that's the only thing I saw there, that's what I'm saying, David. So on the first or second or third lot, in the new part, the south side of Monastery Woods North, on the eastern edge, that is, you know, there, just stub a road to nowhere.
So
Literally.
They lose a lot.
They lose a lot more. Yes, sir. So I didn't know if that constitutes starting over, I don't think so.
No, probably wouldn't. It's subtraction rather than addition.
Right.
Well, what does engineering have to review? I mean, how much has changed? The contours or what?
No, we just have new ordinances and new codes since this
Okay.
was initially approved in 06, 07. So, and we have different lighting standards, we have an entirely different, stormwater ordinance that changes some of the nuances of the engineering. The plat itself, I mean, we only had 10 comments on that, and they were fairly ministerial. But no, I mean, with those new codes and ordinances develops all these new kind of comments.
So we can always do this contingent upon his review. So if it goes past, if you don't get the review done in time for 2 weeks, we could approve it contingent upon your review, and then a week later, it's reviewed okay, then
Yeah, that's up
everything's
to,
okay.
that's up to this board, if you want to do that.
Well, I'm just saying.
Possibility.
Yeah.
Any comments on that?
Sounds good.
Sounds like a plan to me.
All right.
Okay?
All right, yep, appreciate it.
Thank you. Number 5, Railside, final plat. Owner petitioner, Hen Holdings LLC, 10702 West 141st Avenue, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Vicinity of 10702 West 141st Avenue, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Petitioner is requesting final plat for the commercial industrial subdivision known as Railside. Hello, Jack.
Hello, Jack Halls with DVG representing the petitioner this evening. We've received primary plat on this PUD 6 months or so ago, something along that lines. That's been under construction, still is ongoing under construction, but we'd like to proceed with final plat. We have a petition in front of you for next month agenda on a building site plan within the subdivision already. We've got home vendors, people that are looking to put their businesses here, so that's a good thing for the town. So we need to get this plat finalized so that that can proceed. Don's put together his letter of credit values, and I believe some minor review comments on the final plat, something like that, which we'll take care of if we, I don't recall, it's been a couple months since we've had that letter. And then we also, we've done some work, so we'll have probably a reduction in that letter of credit value, but we'd like to be here in 2 weeks to proceed with final plat approval.
That's about right. We have some minor comments to the plat remaining. Letter of credit set right now. It's just a matter of what improvements will be in 2 weeks and how much that's reduced. So that'll be a decent amount of work to kind of get that number settled in, be within, because they're building it right now to speak. So we'll have that number set by the time we come back in 2 weeks. Should be good.
Any comments, commissioners?
No, sir, sounds good.
I have no problem, it looks good.
Okay.
Good, thank you very much.
Number 6, Bank Shot Bar and Grill, rezone and preliminary plat. Owner petitioner, Bank Shot Bar and Grill, Inc., 875 Berkshire Place, Crete, Illinois. Vicinity of 8120 Lakeshore Drive, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Petitioner is requesting a rezone from B2 to Commercial Plan Unit Development, PUD, in the preliminary plat for a one-lot subdivision. Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, attorney Adam Swarton here on behalf of the petitioner, Bank Shots Bar and Grill, Inc. What you have before you tonight, I know that my clients have met numerous times with the town over the last several months, kind of leading up to the formal preliminary plat and request for rezone that's in front of you. And so this is kind of the start of that official process. And I know we had a physical submission back on August 2nd with some various information along with some resubmissions of plans that I think that some of the members of the commission have seen before as to what is going to be proposed for what was the former Shane's Bar and Grill that we all know burned back in November of 2021. So what I have done since getting involved in this project is kind of hit the reboot button here a little bit with town staff, looking at what they have shown you before, and having discussions with Ashley over the fact that, you know, this site is kind of probably closest similarity to it is comparing to the Sandbar Bar and Grill. You got a really small site, a large building close to the street, very limited parking, that operated as a bar and grill, and their intention is to continue that use moving forward, but their underlying zoning right now is B2, which just in and of itself, them continuing a bar function there under the zoning code requires a special use for the bar function. So at that point, you know, we've been talking about circulation, parking, setbacks, a whole bunch of other issues, made a determination just with the use aspect alone, given how long that property has sat vacant, PUD was going to be the best route, so then we could address the bar use function, in addition to tackling any of the parking, circulation, engineering aspects to this, because if it's not part of the building, it's essentially an existing parking lot. There's very little green space. So we're kind of hitting that reboot button. We had some preliminary conversations, got some information from staff and from town engineer, because we know underground storage here for runoff is going to be an issue. Don was nice enough to provide us with some of the scoping information from the roundabout project, and that naturally led into now looking at what is there on site that we can maximize utilization for future development, but also starting to talk about the fact that this building sits about 20 feet back from the edge of the roadway, whereas right now there's just existing parking spots that used to be utilized, like a lot of the businesses along Lakeshore Drive. And how, if the town has a vision for a continuing extension of the sidewalk improvements from the roundabout, because it's now on both sides of the street, can we maybe work together and figure out, is there a way for them to have some use of that outdoor space as far as outdoor seating, but then create some kind of structural buffer, safety aspect, so that you don't have people literally sitting in the roadway, or a car that decides to veer off Lakeshore Drive, hitting somebody that's sitting at the bar, restaurant, or worse, hitting the building. So what you have before you tonight is, in your packets, is kind of a formal submission of what has been previously been submitted. There has been a preliminary site plan based on those prior drawings. We want to get this process started because I know that we're going to get a lot of engineering comments on parking and circulation. I think fencing is probably an issue that's going to need to come down.
It's not going to fly.
Yeah, so we wanted to get this in front of you so we can start the red ink process and going through and seeing what it is exactly you would be okay with having here at this site. And then we would go back with our engineer, get this cleaned up, and then we would have a site plan before you at the next meeting, and possibly even a preliminary rough look at what a PUD ordinance might be like for this site. To kind of give you some numbers, again, I use Sandbar as a comparison. Sandbar is approximately the same land area, because you got to remember part of their lot actually goes out through the middle of Lakeshore Drive. They have currently 22 parking spaces there. We have currently 22 parking spaces. So as far as land area and building size, they're about 2,000 square feet in the total building area. This one is just at that mark. So it's a pretty good comparison from between kitchen setup, seating arrangement, and parking requirements that's worked at that location for a bar restaurant establishment for this location to continue just under new ownership and a new vision.
I like what I see, and I like what I saw in the past, and if we can work out some of the details, like with fencing and stuff. It's an eyesore right now, and these are beautiful pictures in here that I see.
I agree with Bob, except for a couple of points. The fence in the front is never going to work for that location, and I'm concerned about the outdoor seating part in the front as well. And I almost made a suggestion when it was here before to see if they were adamant about having the outdoor seating, and I know it's a nice feature, but if it could be elevated or something on the east side of the building, it would be a better, safer aspect. I mean, I have no problem with what they're proposing for the most part here, and I would like to see, like Bob, the place rehabbed and open again. But the public safety aspects of it have to be addressed.
Sure. I know that what they were proposing, as it's currently drawn, was to have that be elevated, and so if there was an idea about creating separation, because even if we put it on the east side of the building, Craig, I mean, a car could still conceivably, because you're on that bend there, drive through, over through the parking lot and hit that area.
Yeah, my suggestion is to have it high enough that the car would go underneath it rather than heat it.
Correct.
So, and I don't know if that, I'm not an engineer or an architect, I don't know if that's a solution or not, but.
So one of the things we talked about, whether it's in front, it's on the side, or maybe it's even a combination that we've had this discussion about how do we kind of force and control vehicular movement through the east side, through the west side of the site. One of the things that I've discussed, we haven't developed this yet, but we could, is can you wrap that corner of the building and turn that into like a hardscape feature that has a structural retaining wall in it that's planted that also protects the building, protects the elevated seating to be on the east side of the building, but also kind of acts as the pork chop, so to speak, for one-way in circulation through that parking area and out, whether it's back on Lakeshore Drive, or some of the concerns was, do we still maintain access, even whether it's one-way or two-way, off over Foster Street or something else. So, I mean, we've kind of looked at this in a lot of different permutations. The decision was, let's just get in front of you, let's kind of hash this out and figure out what it is that we'd be okay with, because I think we can make it work. It's just, what do we all expect, what do we want to see, and how do we make it function? Because, I mean, the good thing is they got a clean slate. I mean, they got a building, they basically got to rebuild from the studs out, so.
That suggestion, protecting the folks sitting on the deck, I think that's a good suggestion. Slow speed limit zone, so encroaching upon and having folks sit out a little bit away from that building in the front. From a planning commission, from my opinion, I think that isn't all terrible. Invite the community. A lot of people do walk there from the condos across the street as well as the boat launch. So I'm with Bob and Gray. I think it's having something there and improving it helps the community. So I could go both ways with that idea. I think protecting the folks, trying to go under, make it so it can't, makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
Would a rooftop patio be feasible?
Right now, they have I don't know what the architectural term is, but a regular, I think, hip roof on it. So, I mean, you'd have to look at basically structurally taking that roof off of there and redoing that. Now, in theory, they're kind of looking at doing anything from the fire damage. I mean, that could be something we might look at. I think the only issue, though, is as far as access internally. I mean, they kind of have limited space as is. That, and whatever the code requirements would be from a safety standpoint, and then what other structural improvements would have to happen to support that much more weight. I think if the building was like a con-span or, I forget the concrete roof type things, they do garages out of every once in a while. If it was already set up for that, I don't think that would be a problem, but there'd have to be significant changes in the building.
I would reach out to the fire chief too and see what, Mr. Hunley here used to be the police chief here, and I know you remember some very interesting accidents in that area in particular.
Was that before or after the slow speed limit? Which they still don't slow down.
It's a bad spot with that curve, and, Todd has some insight on the public safety aspect of things. I don't know what fire code is for stairs and things of that nature, and he'd be the guy to ask, I think, just to get some input from him.
Sure.
To redesign something like that is challenging, and I know they want to get the most out of whatever it is they're gonna invest there, and I don't blame them for that, but we definitely want to get it right.
Sure.
And they did, when they were in here before, they did say that they had a structural engineer come in and it is structurally sound, and they did say they're gonna have to replace the roof.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, but adding all that,
Yeah,
that load and all that changes
The
the whole
building,
dynamic.
may not be structurally sound enough to do that.
Yeah, so, I mean, we could look at it, I can see if they've looked at that option. I know the architect that prepared the current renderings and all that, looked at utilizing existing space. I don't know if they did look out, if they were gonna change the design to something that would have a load up on the roof, other than for mechanicals.
Well, they had a flat roof on it years ago, but who knows how structurally sound that thing was,
I do know they did submit a few months ago, might have been last year, they did have a structural engineer take a look at the basement foundation to make sure it was structurally based, even rebuild on it, and that structural engineer did say it came back structurally sound.
Well, it's made out of concrete, so I wouldn't imagine it is.
Well, looks like we got some homework to do here.
It needs a bit of a redesign, but not a complete redesign.
Yeah. So, I mean, and I kind of expected on the fencing aspect, I think, that was one of the original thoughts for the person that's not local doing this design work on an issue of a car coming out of the roadway. That's the easy solution, not maybe the best solution. So already was expecting we're going to look at that as a redesign. But other than maybe wrapping that corner and putting the seating on the east side of the building, what are some of the other things, I mean, like as far as parking spaces, 22 spaces, looking at, angled parking versus perpendicular, because I mean, we've got right now on here 3 proposed access points, one on east and the far west side along Lake Shore, and then one off Foster.
And even if that handicap access went to the other side of the building, and the outdoor seating went to where the handicap access is now, I don't know how the square footage, I mean, it would probably require a variance for setbacks. But, I don't know how feasible that is. I'm sure a talented architect or engineer could come up with a way to make that work where the traffic isn't, I mean, typically the danger is coming, from the east to the west. I don't ever remember anything happening on that other side of that building. I mean, with the future with more traffic, who knows, but I think there's some challenges that can be overcome if somebody puts a sharp attention to it.
Well, the outdoor dining definitely has to be moved from the front, because we don't want to really see anything in front because of proximity to that road. And, even if you put bollards up or whatever, or raffle wall or what have you, I still wouldn't want to see that, outside dining there. As far as putting it on the roof, you're gonna have to go into, get a structural engineer, and, you have to go maybe 16-inch on center with your joists, or maybe even a metal joist, and you gotta take the weight of how much, live load you're gonna have on there. You're gonna have 10 people up there, 10 people my size, better use I-beams, So, you gotta know, so I think that's kinda out of the question. But this is the same drawing they submitted last time they were here, so.
Yeah, it's identical. We've seen it before.
Yeah, so they haven't done anything, really.
All right.
So we'd like to see something different, even if it doesn't have to be pretty like this, but we need to see their intent, I think, on a piece of paper.
Okay. As far as any issues with rezoning from B2 to the PUD, and work through some of these other things versus going through, the zoning and the special use for the bar and multiple variance requests for all these things that are going to be an issue for this site. I mean, are we still comfortable with it coming in and going forward as a PUD?
Dave, do you see anything we don't see?
Yeah, I think it's just classic PUD.
Yeah.
All the combination of considerations. We have more flexibility as a town also.
Yeah, and I'm, granted, it's Lakeshore Drive, Mr. Kapora, and it's, fairly busy, but we're slowing everything down coming into a roundabout and coming out of a roundabout. Even the Mexican restaurants that we now have by striking Van Til had that outdoor sitting area just with a little white picket fence off of the Broadway street that we purchased, that was never a private road, and widened and improved and fixed the drainage. I think Dilla, of course, Bug Boo's, other restaurants and establishments are new. And look at the city of Crown Point, look at Law. Outdoor dining is cool. They got these doors that open up. As long as it's protected so that you don't hurt the patrons, and it's either, like Greg said, underneath, or there's some safeguarded. I can go, I can get behind that from this standpoint. Maybe make it 10 foot instead of 11 or something. But most people like to have go outside and smoke a cigarette rather than smoke it inside. I don't smoke, but it's just the theme, right? That these garage door type places are everywhere now.
And I visited San Antonio, Texas, and they've got outdoor dining there everywhere.
Well, it's a city, but so is Chicago.
They got a river, too. They got on the river walk, right?
Well, we got a license.
So I could go, that's my only point, I could go both ways on that. If you wanted to move to the side grade, we're going to keep it in the front, I can get behind that too.
And I think that's why they were so adamant, try and make sure we could maybe do something with this side, with this wraparound, because really, you're limited in only probably putting in one of those garage doors that opens up, open air, whereas the front of the building gives them more opportunity to increase that. And just from the ambiance inside of the restaurant, even if you're not out there on the seating area, it really kind of opens that up. But if the issue here is, not having anything where the seating's out there, but maybe they can keep one of those doors or have a big window, we use that as a rack feature and then have basically the seating on the east side of the building.
Plus noise pollution out the front is better than noise pollution out the back.
Yeah.
Well, I could, again, on the west side, I could see a garage door on the corner and a garage door on the side. There's ways to make that still work and get it away from the traffic.
Because I think regardless, they're gonna have it elevated, just in that off chance that somebody makes its way through there, and there's gonna be structural protection and whatever they design. They don't want it to look like a row of bottles, they want it to look nice. So that's where didn't know if there was any plans on extension of sidewalks, if there's something that town was
we
thinking.
do, we have a grant for $3.5 million to extend the sidewalks from essentially the fire station to town grounds. And Chris, is it slated on?
That is for the east side of the roundabout.
Oh, that's right. So if we get the next grant someday,
That would be for the other.
and some money, that extension for that sidewalk's gonna be on the north side of Lakeshore Drive, if you're by the chamber.
exactly. That'd be a darn question.
Because it's not designed yet, it's a 2028 project, but we know about it.
It'll be on the north
It'd be on the
side.
south
through here.
side.
It'll be on the north side through here.
So can we move ahead with approving the PUD and one lot subdivision based on knowledge we have now, and then he can't build anything until he comes back before us with
Well, you can,
plans and what have you.
we just need to have a good development agreement that's contained and the terms very specific. So, it can be done,
So it can be done.
it can be done.
I mean, I'll throw out similar comments that I made with the last time we saw this iteration. There's gonna be some hurdles with this, like difficult hurdles. The concern is that we have such low parking and the place, if it does really well, which would be great, where is your overflow gonna go? You know, and we have like, we have a one-way drive aisle to the north, you know, if that gets full, we get cars trying to back up, and it's a pretty gnarly circulation issue. And with it being that close to Lakeshore Drive makes it even more difficult. And then you're gonna stick patrons within 8 feet of the edge of pavement.
We have
So
a
there-
similar situation at Rosati's.
Yeah, you try to live, not, you know, commit the same sins of our past. And in this case, almost worse than them in a little way.
I agree with that. I've become more flexible on something that exists already.
Yeah,
That's,
I mean,
but,
I'm just throwing it out there, and we can't really make a lot of comments based on this concept drawing, but once we start getting engineering and how this actually circulates, and the proximities from roadway traffic and patrons, and it's all gonna be a pretty,
they're gonna need to maximize, get every square inch of parking that they can get with what they have there.
Okay. Now, as far as third point of access on Foster, whether it's part of one way or not, I mean, you know, we had that discussion of whether that was gonna be an issue or not. I know they talked with the residents immediately surrounding the site. They're in support of something happening here, you know, whether it's this plan or something. I don't think they've gotten any concern feedback back on either access off Foster. I mean, I know there's other businesses that actually have their parking that go out onto the side street. I think the turnover with Eagles is one, Dennis Office over that way is another. I don't know if that's an option here where they can maybe maximize that because it's off of the side street.
I don't have an issue with that. I mean, that's an existing ingress egress point. I would be in favor of actually shutting off one of the lakeshore entrances and, you know, make it a one-way circulation type thing, because I mean, you have such narrow drive aisles through here, and now you have angled parking that can only be accessed one direction. You're gonna have people going and, you know, coming from the west of the building, then the east of the building, and then can't even see around the corner of the building. You know, it begs to be a one-way circulation somehow, but on a triangular lot, that's easier said than done. And then we have like,
An exit would be on the side street?
I'm not saying that, I'm just, how the ultimate plan kind of vets itself out, what would be the best circulation for the property. I mean, you have site issues on the property, you have one-way drive aisles almost exclusively throughout it. I mean, it's a recipe for not good things to happen.
So we do the same thing like we do at the chamber parking lot. They go in and go out. It's one way in and one way out.
It'd be the best way to control it.
Yeah.
But we have angled parking directing in different directions right now, and we have like a one-way north-south line, and there's all sorts of things that can cause a problem.
The way it's currently, the concept is you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, like, we don't even have dimensioning for how wide the drive aisles are. We see the entrances are 12 feet, but...
Yeah, it's gonna have to be better than that, and may have just thrown that in there. The traffic flow is gonna have to be,
Yeah.
it's gonna have to make sense.
Yeah, what they did is they took and engineered with some basic dimensionals from the renderings that were done that were based off of their survey. So, I mean, these are accurate measurements for if this was something to be considered, knowing that we're gonna come in here and have to work through some of these issues. So then we get to the next step, and actually kind of get you a more engineered plan addressing some of these issues. And I think the big ones we've now heard about, wrapping the building there with the outdoor seating. And then that's probably going to dictate then one way in, one way out traffic. And I mean, if ultimately not in your commentary is you want one entrance for ingress, egress off the lakeshore with an exit out on Foster, then that will completely change probably how they have to lay the whole thing out.
Yeah, but maybe the same thing, you keep your 2 on Lake Shore and shut the Foster down, I don't know. It depends on how your parking lays out, you know, which way your angled parking is directed, you know, does it make sense to do it one way or 2 ways, or there's a lot of stuff that goes into it.
What size are those parking spots?
Right now, those are 20 by 10.
They're small too. We require 10 by 20.
I'm
We
sorry?
require 10 by 20.
So that'd be a variance, or
That's what it said.
That's what I said.
Well, no, yeah,
I said it reverse, I said
Yeah.
20 by 10, 10 by 20.
yeah.
4 by 2, 2 by 4.
This got done by Chicago standards,
I mean, I tell you, there's plenty of communities that have 8 by 18, and 9 by 18 spaces, but we've had 10 to 20, 10 by 20 as far as I remember.
Okay.
Well, it's a pleasure here. Should we, defer this till next month when you come back with some better plans? Well, we can't defer, but I mean, ask them to come back next work session with, some better plans and ideas here.
that probably makes the most sense. Address some of the things we discussed.
Yeah. There's so many questions here, and we need to see just a little more detail here as to what's what,
Okay.
okay?
I'll get that for you. All right?
All right, sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 7, Lakeside South rezone. Owner Cedar Lake 133 LLC, 8900 Wicker Avenue, St. John, Indiana. Petitioner Shelley Development, 8900 Wicker Avenue, St. John. City of 5604 West 141st Avenue, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Petitioner is requesting a rezone from R1 and agricultural to a planned unit development, PUD. Hello, Jack.
Good evening, Jack Slater with Schilling Development, representing Cedar Lake 133, the developers of the Lakeside subdivision. I have before you again the plat that we've been looking at for the last several months. There hasn't been any changes since the last time we looked at it. Just to highlight some of the things of overall of the development without getting into a bunch of detail and going over all the details because we've worked out a lot of those, but we're looking at 550 units, multiple different products. We will have a main entrance off 141st with a stub to the east, a stub to the north, and the latest addition is a stub to the west that will tie in with the Lawton Founders Creek development. In addition, this development will provide a oversized 12-inch water main from the town's water main through to Lakeside that will make the ultimate connection for your lighthouse well being connected to your new water tower. Also, we will be running an off-site oversized sanitary sewer that will service this property and several of the adjacent properties. One of the things that we had promised and we've been waiting for several months on is the traffic impact study. That came in a couple weeks ago. I believe it's been passed on to the Plan Commission, and I don't expect that you all read all 62 pages of the traffic study, but I did want to highlight some of the findings and just kind of go through it to highlight what was discovered. Probably not surprising to most when you hear what they found out. Don had asked us to analyze about a 2 mile by 2 mile area from 133rd to 141st, from Moore Street over to Reeder Road. Basically analyze those roads, analyze those intersections. And so First Group Engineering does this for a living, and so this analysis studied 6 intersections as well as 1 new intersection at the development's new entrance. These intersections were studied using traffic conditions as well as the proposed traffic conditions after the development is built to track how the added traffic from the development will affect the delay of traffic in the area. The analysis was done for both the peak hour in the morning and peak hour in the evening, with the design hour being found to be in the evening, meaning the highest Traffic impacts are in the evening, 5 to 6 p.m. rush hour. All analysis were done for both peak hours, but all conditions discussed in this study will be for the PM peak hour. After the development is completed, improvements are warranted at 3 of the 6 intersections studied. These improvements can be either the addition of turn lanes or the addition of a traffic signal. So traffic counts from observed field conditions and generated trips were analyzed, and a level of service was determined for post-development conditions using the existing traffic patterns of the surrounding area. The way that they do this is they rate each intersection from A through F, A being the best, F being the worst, just like a report card, although they do have a rating of E. So anything below a D is considered deficient, an E or an F. And a level of service lower than a D is undesirable, with a level of service of F is considered a failure and warrants improvements to the capacity of the intersection. Under existing conditions, the intersection level of service of 5 of the 6 intersections is either a level of service of A or B. The existing intersection with the most problems is 133rd Avenue and Morse Street, which currently operates at a level of service of E during the PM peak hour. So, again, maybe not surprising to a lot of you, but what they found is the current condition of Morse and 133rd in the evening is a level of service of E, basically deficient. They're saying that with or without this development, that intersection needs something. In this case, they're recommending a traffic signal. The good news is it has the right geometry, so it has the right turn lanes. The geometry, all of the lanes are there and can handle the traffic flow, but you have certain directions that are higher during certain portions of the day. So they are recommending a traffic signal sooner than later at that intersection. Other than that, it goes on to talk about a number of different things. Recommends that our main entrance out onto 141st has both a left and a right exit, which we were planning anyway, so we would have a double wide exit going out of the subdivision, have a designated left, designated right. Also, for the incoming into the subdivision, they recommend either having a passing blister on the south side of 141st or a left turn lane. We will design in a left turn lane. Even though 141st does not see a lot of traffic at all right now, obviously that will increase over time. So we will provide for that left turn lane, so you'll have a designated left. People turning into the subdivision will not slow down traffic that is bypassing the subdivision. So other than that, let's see if there was anything else here. One of the things we had talked about early on, for the modeling of this development, some adjustment factors are included to cater to the type of development it is. This development has a large number of maintenance-free lots in the neighborhood that will typically draw older than average residents. These older residents will typically create fewer trips than a fully active household, but more than, say, a retirement community.
That's 158 lots, right?
Both 158 maintenance-free and also the 196 paired villas are also maintenance-free. So about 2/3 of the project is maintenance-free, catering to the older community, not necessarily.
And I'm glad to see you made them 70-foot instead of the 60.
Yep.
Because I will not accept any 60.
We worked through that over a couple of months.
We
We started with 60, we went to 60s and 70s, we ended up with 70. So, again, just talking about the traffic, that lower traffic, this demographic can typically be found creating more trips outside of the peak hours, since they will normally have more free time. I think that's basically it. I mean, there's a lot of information in here. I don't know, Don, if you've had a chance to digest all of this, but...
Just talked to my transportation and fire, my engineer at 3 o'clock, so...
Yeah, I mean, the traffic counts are there. The roads, the good news is a 2-lane road handles a lot of traffic. The roads themselves move a lot of traffic. It's the intersections that become the problem and become the bottleneck. So, they talk about eventually Morse and 141st is going to need something, either a passing blister for the southbound or a left turn lane for the southbound Morse onto 141st. I asked if they could tell me when that would be needed based on our plans for the development, and they do this all on computers, so he says, well, yeah, that's easy, I can plug it into the computer. We've already done the timeline for the build-out of this development. It's an 8-year development with a 10-year build-out, and he said that that improvement at Morrison 141st would be needed at the 40% build-out rate, which puts us about 4 to 5 years down the road. So that's really not going to be an issue until we get to that point, and we'll figure that out.
And we are, as a town council, considering putting TIF districts in our subdivisions, and our town manager reported that that will give us $100 million, and we can make improvements to Morrison 133rd and make improvements on Morris. And the one thing that I liked, what I heard last night, was we can take care of stormwater projects, which we are getting bombarded constantly with not having completed a lot of them, and I'd rather get that money from there than raise the rates in the town to the citizens.
Yeah, so the money's going to be there, and other than that, I think this traffic study will kind of play into your ultimate thoroughfare study. I don't know if that's this year or next year, you're going to start to dive into that.
We're doing a local road safety audit. We also got a hot spot at 133rd and Morrison.
Yeah.
So we weren't surprised to see
Yeah, so not surprising there. Other than that, we've done the advertising for the next meeting in 2 weeks, September 20 meeting. We've put out the legal notices in the paper, the certified ads to the adjoining property owners. So we do plan to be here for our public hearing in 2 weeks for the September 20th, based on looking for a favorable recommendation to the town council for the PUD rezone. Any questions on all of that?
Did you say you're putting a lift station in there, or?
No lift station needed. We're actually running a gravity sewer all the way from Morris. It's about a mile.
Do you have any idea what the flow will be?
What the flow?
Yeah, the use.
We have those calculations. We have sized that sewer to handle more than just this property, like 3 times more than just this property. It's a 15-inch sanitary sewer. This property requires like 10 inch. So we've made sure that it's sized for everything that it could be, everything that it can reach on the east side.
I just learned today that the sewer plant is at about 90% at capacity, and they're in negotiations now for remodeling.
Who told you that?
The sewer plant people. We sat right in his office, and he told us today.
I was told different stories.
You're talking about waste, and they'll contact you, not on hydraulic, how much water goes through. When that goes too high, they'll notify you.
Yeah, because if they reach 90%, we'll get an order from IDEM.
No, not for the hydraulics, just for the
Just for the sewer?
waste.
Okay, so that's probably still at 75%.
He didn't tell us that, he said it's almost capacity. Told us that today, right, Tom?
What he said was it was pretty much at capacity. IDEM sends a letter out when the water flow reaches 90% or more. And that the waste solid part, they do not send a letter out, they're not that concerned about it. And that the plant is around 90-95% full right now. And that was told to us by Don Woodward, who is the water treatment.
Nice work, fellas.
That's Mr. Huntley's work.
Nice work, Mr. Huntley.
Don Woodward, who is the Director of Water Treatment Department for Water Treatment in Lowell, Indiana.
We hired him, and he's not an engineer. And we have the engineers who back up the calculations for the sewer plant.
But he knows what's going through there.
Yeah, but he's not an engineer, as Chris just
He
said.
still knows how much he's pumping out.
I'm gonna segue into an engineering question that I segued into last night about the supply and the availability of water from the Lighthouse well.
All right, let's hold this conversation till we finish with what we have on the agenda.
It could affect this development though too, and if that is the case, Jack, I think you need to know too,
Yeah,
the current situation.
I'll stick around.
Where we're at.
Dave and I discussed it today, and Dave, do you wanna?
Yeah, the details of our water supply and specifically source, infrastructure, and plant, that's what a water facility is called, a plant, is very sensitive and deemed by the federal government to be protected from disclosure, a lot of disclosure, because of homeland security and security measures. There are public records, they're available, permit applications, governmental documents that make reports regarding the water supply and/or the operation. Those are available in the public records, but
Let me ask this question specifically then. Is there an IDEM permit that has been granted to run the lighthouse well? Do we have one?
the answer is no.
That's the concern I have
Today,
because
that does not mean, though, Greg, that our engineers are not working on this, that there is not a activity in process. There is. And that's in full anticipation of being available for this. Everything happens in steps, and that's what's happening here.
I understand that, and I don't disagree with it. But I think to ask plan commissioners to make decisions on things that we don't know is available, and I don't know how this happened or how we got here, but I've been told, and I'm not gonna reveal who told me, but I'm told that IDEM put us all the way back to the design phase on that water supply. And I don't know how long it takes to get from the design phase to pumping water, but I just want, I just want to be responsible, and everybody to be responsible for the decisions that they make here.
So you're very clear on this, and we're clear on this dialogue we're having. The town bought that lighthouse well for the reason of having a supply and a gallon flow that would be compatible with or dependable to improvements, infrastructure, new developments, and the like on the east side of town. And we knew that we needed water supply and gallons because of what we experienced in the Crystal Oaks area, in the Robins Nest area, and in the Lakeside area. And as part of the solution to the supply that we needed in those areas, that well purchase was necessary. That well worked when we bought it, it works now, and it will work in the future. Process for making it suitable and compatible to the development proposals on the table is what's occurring now.
But it is not ready like this today.
Well, neither are they. Jack he can't put anybody in a house in the Schilling subdivision for a year.
And we will be ready to
approval.
We'll be
If
ready
you get
before
your
that.
approval
Okay.
timely. So, I realize there may be some gaps in kind of how things came together and got moving, but they are. They have been.
And Mr. Chairman, I want to add that the town of Clear Lake Public Works, the Water and Sewer Department, they've revamped many lift stations. They've revamped a lot of the water. We now have standard velocity control units. We have standard control panels. They're getting to be where they're all the same. And the changes that need to happen to this are chemical injection, as well as a tank to be added. And the only thing holding us up from building the building and doing that is we're waiting for our engineer to give us a certified stamp with the PE, right, professional engineer. Once that happens, we build the building, our own internal team put the chemical additives into the proper equipment that they have in the other water pump houses, et cetera, and we have uniformity, and we do it ourselves, and it'll be quick and painless. So, Lakeside Regular got shut down because we didn't have water. So we want to attack buying a water supply, building a water tower so that we have better fire suppression for the folks that live in Robins Nest, for the folks that live in Lakeside 1, if you will, as well as Crystal Oaks, MacArthur, et cetera. So, again, you know, growth and change is a step-by-step process, and we're following all steps and doing what we need to with engineers and consultants and covering the taxpayers' bucks. So I did find that information out today, so I wanted to add that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President, I would like to ask one more thing. Is there any way that the plan commissioners could be provided with the current situation, what we have for water supply and sewer capacity, so we can make an educated decision going forward on where we're at with our utilities?
Public record include sewer rate ordinance, the NPDES permits, the documentation from federal government on all of the reports, the monthly reports of operation. And if you remember, when Chris got here, we started talking about this and making certain that town council utility board members were being copied monthly on the MRO, monthly report of operation related to the plant. So the answer is yes, public records are available, can be provided to you.
And Dave, I understand that, but I'm looking at Town of Cedar Lake subdivision control ordinance right now, and the statement of intent has many facets to it, like plain checks, but specifically utilities. Water line sizes and locations should be considered, sanitary line size and location. You've covered that. But here's the part that I'm concerned about. Wells, water supply, information, well logs, test well results, things of that nature that we could use to make an educated decision on what we think, based on what we can evaluate as citizen appointments or however we're appointed to the Plan Commission, on making a educated, sensible, logical decision on whatever happens going forward.
That's a provision in the subdivision control ordinance that has been there since 1989. It is the burden of the developer applicant to provide information related to the statement of intent. That's not on the staff side or the town side, that's part of the burden of proof, if you will. You should be requiring, I know staff vets this with developer applicants all the time. That's why we don't see them when they dream up a project. We see them after they dream it up and put it in paper. So
I just want to be able to make a responsible decision.
I will tell you too, in addition to all of the approvals that we go through here, after that, we seek approvals from IDEM for our water mains, and IDEM also for our sanitary sewer. Requiring a capacity checklist letter that is signed by the Lowell wastewater treatment plant before we can put pipe in the ground. So there's a number of additional checkpoints that we have to go through, but obviously I'm with you. I want assurance that it's going to be there for many years to come, so we don't end up in another situation like Lakeside.
It would be your responsibility for you and for us.
When do you plan to start building?
So ideally, this would be a spring development project. We'd be looking at approximately 6 months of development, which would allow us to start home construction fall of next year, and you'd be looking at occupancy in spring of '25.
So you're going to start on the south end, and you're not going to finish out another 146 on the first phase?
We will likely work both ends towards the middle.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, I just want to close with saying, we've been doing this on the west side and quite a few years, and we have to be methodical. We have to make sure, but we have to trust in our consultants, we have to trust in our engineers, we have to trust in our legal teams. And that's what this business called Learning in Town is all about. So I'm good with what Jack's proposing.
Mr. President, I can assure you that staff, myself, your engineers, have carefully looked at every one of the projects coming before you. Next week, we have a meeting, we're going to talk about 2 projects, actually. And the technical is one thing, the legal and documentation is another. It'll be right when it gets to you, for your consideration.
The oversight on the lighthouse well, was that an engineering oversight, or was that a staff oversight, or was
Whoever
it?
said there was an oversight, Greg? I never said that.
We knew we had to meet the IURC, whatever the regulations are for the water, for IDEM, and the first step is, you gotta buy the car before you can buy the trailer. And we bought the car, and we knew that we had to make it so it's got chlorination and, you know, water protection, build a little building, add all this in, but why put the car in front of the horse?
No,
The
that's-
fire, police station
what
is
you
just now
said is
getting going.
Essentially what I'm saying. Are we
Yeah,
putting the
so,
cart before the
no,
horse?
not at all. I mean, it's minute to be able to do those things. It's administerially right now. We knew we had to get to that point.
Well, there's one additional factor. All of this is based upon having money in the bank sufficient to do everything. So what has happened here is we have used money paid to the municipal water utility responsibly. We haven't done that excessively to build infrastructure. We've used a little debt, but we haven't used it exhaustively. And it's been on a planned, progressive basis. That's what this staff has done and your engineer to make certain we do this and can do it right. And that's what's gonna happen when it's done.
Okay.
So based on all this conversation, it's safe for us to say that we could go ahead and have them back in 2 weeks and give them the approval he's looking for here?
Maybe Jack behaves.
Pardon me?
Jack behaves.
Well, and we've still got a long way to go. I mean, we're, like I said, we're coming in 2 weeks to have our public hearing, hopefully to request a favorable recommendation. We then have to go to the town council. We have to complete the PUD documents, and then we have to go for state permits for water and sewer. I mean, we've got 6 months of work yet to do before we put a shovel in the ground.
Well, that's a little bit out of order. We need to get the PUD thing done because
Yeah.
approval's contingent upon having that agreement back.
We're working on that, yeah.
Okay, well, I know you are, I just want to make certain there's no misunderstanding here. We won't put the cart before the horse.
Well, I'm against any PUD that has outstanding things that haven't been corrected yet. Whether it's Lenore's, anyone else. If they haven't corrected what they already got before they start another subdivision, I'd be against it.
Makes sense.
But you're working on correcting, Beacon Point East, I've been told.
They've got
Yeah,
five
they have not
to the
met
town.
with
It's not related to this at all.
We are waiting for a councilman to return, and we will be having a community meeting of the affected residents.
That's because Nick's on vacation.
Okay, anything else?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks, Jack. Number 8, Cedar Lake Storage requesting alteration to previous approval.
Mr. Caprio?
Good evening.
I've been retained as of the last, earlier today, let me put it that way. We're going to request a deferral on this matter for this evening. I think we're all familiar with Cedar Lake Storage. Taking a look at the development agreement, there's been a couple of questions that my clients have raised. Speaking with them, I've advised we just delay this a month so we have opportunity to meet with Chris as well as Ashley and take a look at past records before we come back before you, just some clarifications for outdoor use. So I will allow you to continue on with your meeting unless you have any questions for me.
I got comments.
Go ahead, sir.
They've done a wonderful job. We gave them a lot of hurdles. They got the parking paved. I've gone over there. It's a beautiful facility.
It really is, Mr. Carnan. I appreciate you saying that because now when you turn into kind of the entryway into town along that section of the road, it looks beautiful. We're still looking for a tenant that's there. You're right, you guys did put a ton of hurdles that are there, and that's one of the questions that we do have is to some exterior use for one of the unpaved areas as to what use can we do that before we eventually are able to pave it by the end of next year, which is one of your requirements. There's about half an acre that requires that, so that's one of the items that we'll come back before you and discuss. But I appreciate that the entryway looks beautiful. It's a great addition to the community.
I would concur with Bob. I too think the same thing every time I pass.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. The big issue really is that, like I said, there's about a half acre of parking area that will be paved, hard surface, long-term. Again, that's in the works with engineers and with the asphalt companies to do. It's a significant area. So the questions that my clients have in that interim, are we allowed to use that for its long-term use, recognizing that this is just a short-term de minimis use, that we can enable the community with that. So
Makes sense.
that's the question that we'll have before you in a month.
Super.
Thank you. We'll see you in a couple weeks.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Number 9, Bay Bridge rezone. Owner petitioner, J3 LLC, 14400 Lakeshore Drive, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Senate A between 149th and Colfax to 153rd Avenue, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Petitioner is requesting a rezone from Agri Crossroads to planned unit development and to amend the existing planned unit development zoning into one cohesive planned unit development. Good evening, Steve.
Good evening, everybody. Steve Kill, representing J3 LLC, and then the next two, LBL. We're at 14400 Lakeshore Drive. Where officer we're at. Since our last meeting, we did have a review that was done by Joe Calderon, who is the attorney that was here last time. So he did do kind of a review here. He's not here tonight.
He's on Zoom.
He's on Zoom. Oh.
Yeah, I'm Joe Calderon here.
So I actually got this yesterday, so I have done my level best to try to, so we can talk through this and answer some of these questions and all that. So if you would like, probably one of the easiest things to do, there's a lot of similarities between each review that was done for each subdivision, so maybe run through them just so you all are aware of what's going on and what some of the concerns were.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, we'll start with Bay Bridge, obviously.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but no, and then, but I said the review that Joe did was pretty similar on each one, so. Obviously, the first one's Bay Bridge, so we can definitely start there. Joe asked that we add the definition of age-restricted housing program into the PUD guidelines. We did submit with, our zone change request, we did submit an age-restricted housing program, complete with the survey forms that are required, so I certainly don't have any objection putting that into the PUD guidelines. That's, I mean, that was submitted, and it is our intent to do a 55 and older community, so I have no problem with that. Access, he talks about Monterey Street, and it's Cherry Street on the north of the subdivision. I will clarify all that in the PUD document for Joe. So Cherry Street's called out, and then Monterey, and that's for the secondary access. He wanted to state a maximum number of detached and attached units. That actually is on the development plan, but I'll go ahead and restate that and put that in the PUD guidelines. I'll make sure that's dropped in there. There's some special conditions for single-family detached dwellings, so this would be the, obviously, just the normal single-family homes. Minimum lot area, lot width, that's in the PUD guidelines. Measurement from front yard setback, it is from the right-of-way line. He wanted that clarified, so I can do that. Minimum building separation, we'll drop that in, because we have the side yard, so that's easy. Square footages of first floor area is the same as what we're proposing.
Can you tell us numbers on like side yards, setbacks?
Yes, I certainly can.
Lot widths?
Yeah, absolutely, I could certainly do that.
I see you still got 50-foot.
We do, Bob, yes, I know.
As I told Schilling, the smallest I would accept is 70-foot.
No, and I do know that, yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. We've been, yeah, actually, I've been pretty clear on that, so that's,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, absolutely. So the special conditions, I guess, for the detached dwellings, if you all want to just, if you look through your PUD guidelines, they're listed very clearly. I can run through them all if you want. Joe just, I know Joe's review, just wanted some clarification of these guidelines. So, but John, honestly, if you want me to run through them, I'll run through them with you.
Well,
Real quick, sure.
I want to know, have you changed the lot widths?
We did not. We discussed it, and I talked to Mr. Latin, we want to
Well, that's what you need to discuss.
He wants to proceed as is.
And we don't.
I understand.
Okay.
John, I understand. I heard what everybody said last meeting, so, we are going to proceed with our proposal at those widths.
That's going to be a big hanging point here, buddy.
I expected that may be the case. Yes, I do understand that. Well, like I said, you've been pretty clear about it. Bob's been abundantly clear, so I understand.
And yet you do nothing about it.
We want to proceed as...
This is what you presented at the last work session. This is what we had about 30 hours to consider for the last work session. I've studied this over the last month. Folks, could you do 496 pages in 30 hours?
No.
How long would it take you to review something like this, do you think? I mean, don't answer, but think to yourself, how long would it take you to sort through something like this? Steve, with all due respect, this is the biggest cram down, the biggest, fastest cram down that I ever remember coming in here at any time since I've been involved in planning this town.
That would be Lennar, that you headed up, not this.
John?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
The amount of material that's here and the amount of changes that you guys want to make this fast is not only unfair to this planning commission, it's unfair to the citizens, and it is just, it's overwhelming. It really is. Usually, it takes the planning commission months to review in that, a single subdivision of a couple of hundred homes. And frankly, when Mr. Hen was here earlier, he's done developments in the past, Mr. Slager's done developments in the past. They come in here and they're patient and they accept review and comments and take things into consideration. And you're coming in here tonight saying, well, we're not going to consider any of your comments or considerations. I don't know what we're supposed to do with it.
Well, I think, Greg, the only thing that we talked about so far is the lot width. But as far as like the other comments and all that, I haven't even got to those yet. I mean, obviously the lot width is a big sticking point with everybody, and I understand that. John chose to proceed.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
But it is a voluminous submittal that's required for this. However, if you look at the PUD guidelines and the drawings that were proposed, almost all the planning it's in there. So, I mean, the covenants and restrictions and stuff like that, as they deal with the HOAs that are gonna be set up, the development agreement with the town simply adopts the guidelines, the PUD guidelines and that stuff, so it is a lot of paperwork, no question, I'm not denying that, but that's why we're trying to key on the PUD guidelines, and I think that's why Joe's review specifically was around those, though.
Well, can I ask Joe something?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Calderon? I need to understand the law because certainly I'm not an attorney and I'm at a disadvantage here, but typically we don't do a public hearing for any subdivisions in this community until we feel that they're ready for a public hearing. Are these items ready for a public hearing in your opinion?
Well, I think, so we've got two conflicting or competing interests in terms of an applicant and their desire to have a public hearing, and the Planning Commission's desire to have a proposal that it believes it can properly digest and present and discuss before it is comfortable making a certification to the council, which is ultimately the end result of a public hearing. So, the statute says that if a planning commission or town council initiates a rezoning, which is not the case here, then a public hearing must take place within 60 days. The more interesting provision is within the same statute that upon the planning commission receiving a proposal, a public hearing must take place in 60 days. Your PUD ordinance seems to indicate that a PUD is not right for consideration until such time that you have a chance to provide comments to the applicant. So you can consider this preliminary process perhaps as part of receipt. In other words, once you provide comments to the petitioner and they reply back, that's your receipt of a PUD ordinance for consideration as a zoning change. That seems to be what your ordinance kind of dictates. And that, I'm not if we're there yet. I made comments to the PUD guidelines because I had been in correspondence with Ashley and he had not received any proposed changes to the document following the August 2nd meeting. And then I had asked that the document circulated in Word version so we can start amending those documents easier than just kind of trying to convert PDFs and things that we had been provided to us. So the comments that I had were mostly to the meat of the request, which is how do the guidelines relate to the plan, the concept plan, and how do the guidelines relate to the zoning ordinance and just general principles of what a PUD is supposed to do. So that's why Steve received this comment from me so late, and I apologize. But I think it's the Planning Commission's purview to determine whether it has truly received a proposal or not, which is what the statute says. And I'm not sure if the proposal is where it needs to be in accordance with your zoning ordinance to schedule a public hearing.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Mr. Parker and Mr. Carnahan a question.
Sure.
Do either of you guys remember this? I know you, Bob, were on the council. Greg, you weren't, but from when 2006 or 2007, it was a PUD back then called Bay Bridge?
I don't remember anything about Bay Bridge.
Okay. It was before. So, Bob, do you, any recollection? I mean, it was very similar in nature?
No, it was called pods. There were several different
But it was a PUD that got approved back then?
No, I don't remember it being a PUD.
Okay.
I've inquired.
Thought it was.
John, I've inquired about exactly what you're asking.
Yeah.
And I was told that that was annexed, and, you know, the guidelines may have been different at the time, because
Right.
they've changed several times over the years.
Yep.
But I was told that that property was annexed into the town of Cedar Lake for zoning, with no plat.
Chris, any What was it prior to those guys coming back now and asking for it to be?
Maybe the case that was not, and I don't believe you annexed with a plat, but you can annex with zoning, and it was annexed with PUD zoning.
Okay.
And as Bob accurately said, referencing pods.
Okay, that was my main question. So for this particular property, minus the 20 acres that we annexed a year or so ago, it was zone PUD back then, 2006. There might be some council folks in the room that were with Bob then. but-
Well, John, I think when the pod, just so you know, Bob, units and pods, the terms are synonymous. A unit, a pod, it's a unit of a subdivision, so.
But it was
and
laid
the
out a
pod-
lot different than this.
Well, believe it or not, it's not a whole lot different. The zoning that's existing on it, there's a lot of RT-PUD, RM-PUD, R1-PUD. It was all PUD zoning, Greg, that's why.
Steve, I'm not gonna argue with you about your
Yeah.
zoning in Bay Bridge, because your zoning exists in Bay Bridge. You're not
Yeah.
gonna get an argument from me on that item. Your zoning exists, and because there were no clauses in place for expirations for these things, which, you know, everybody, you can't go through your life looking in the rearview mirror, but by gosh, if it's ever been a time for us to have twilight clauses and things, you better wake up and get that done. Because, again, you have your zoning, I can't argue, I got no argument for you on your zoning. Your zoning in Bay Bridge is what it is. I don't see how you can safely get a bridge off of a cobblestone bridge to provide safe access and long-term access for a development like that. I don't see how that happens, but I'm not an engineer. I'd like to see it engineered before approval would happen for anything down there. And that's just using logic and common sense.
Well, obviously, that would have to be engineered, Greg, I'm
Well,
not denying that.
I don't know how I'm expected to make a decision on something like that unless I see how that works. Is that fair?
I mean, we have a lot of engineering to do, a lot of approvals from DNR and everybody, so.
And when we approved that, we were kind of desperate wanting development. But development has got so big in this community, we can now set standards that we couldn't set back then because we wanted growth fast, and we probably went too fast. And now we are St. John, Winfield, and Cedar Lake, three of the fastest growing communities in the state of Indiana, and we can control what comes in here in a more sensible way.
Well, and there's no denying that the geographic location of Bay Bridge, I mean, we have some utility work to get utilities there, we have engineering to do for bridge work. There's no question that we have a lot of engineering that has
So
to
is
be
it
done.
asking too much to see how that's gonna work?
I think it's asking a lot to spend upwards of $750,000 in engineering without a development plan that we can engineer to.
I'm not sure that it is, Steve, because your
I mean-
intent is to develop it, isn't it?
Yeah, but not tomorrow.
But you're gonna have to have access to develop it, correct?
We would, but I think that it's reasonable to have a development plan in place that the community has approved before you go out and spend upwards, like I said, of $750,000. We're just looking at the PUD guidelines and development plan. There's a lot of engineering, Greg, and to ask anybody to do that and spend all that money up front and then come to the board and the board just says, no, I don't like it. Well, then you're out all that money and we're in no different situation.
We've never done
It just
Yes,
seems.
sir, requesting a rezone from ag.
It just seems
With all due respect,
We've never done it.
John, I understand.
Right.
I don't think we've ever done a subdivision that didn't have access to it. Have we ever done that?
They can't build a bridge that meets the NDOT standard, they can't build a subdivision. They still are stuck where they are today with.
I'm just asking you to
PUD.
recite a time when we ever approved a subdivision that didn't have an access to it.
I don't think we
This
have.
is a pretty unique circumstance.
No,
They have access, it's called the bridge.
And honestly,
But the bridge doesn't exist, so there's no access. It's a landlocked parcel.
well,
It's their problem to
well,
get the
really,
bridge.
until you put in your roads, you have no access to anything. This is simply a bridge and a road. It just has to be engineered, and it has to be paid for, it has to be constructed, permitted. It's just the same as any other subdivision. All we're simply seeking here is a subdivision that would have this existing zoning on.
I'm not arguing with you.
We would just, all we're looking to do.
I'm not arguing with you about your zoning, Steve.
Yeah, but all we're looking to do is just update the plan with some of that existing zoning, build an age-restricted community, and...
If you're gonna update the plan and use the existing zoning the way that it works, with the way your parcel is zoned, and you have a good plat, and you have access to get to it, and you zone it the way it exists right now, and you commit to a lot size standard like everybody else has, then you're probably not gonna have a problem getting that subdivision approved, because your zoning already exists. But how you're gonna get your residents to that subdivision is important for me to understand, to make a decision on that. Just because, I mean, maybe I'm terrible at visualizing, you know, but I can't visualize that I can trust everything that everybody comes in here and says.
Well, you don't need to trust things, you just need to know that we can't build a subdivision unless we provide access to it. I mean, you have to trust that. I mean, if you can't get people into a subdivision, you can't build it. We're looking at just zoning here for basically, on a parcel of property that's basically kind of zoned for this already. So, all we're trying to do is, we annex that 20 acres into it, so that obviously needs zoning. So, what we figured we would do is just come in, let's redo the whole PUD, because that 20 acres, that parcel has to have zoning anyway. So we might as well just do a zone change for everything, and incorporate, a new development plan, new PUD guidelines, the development agreement, all of the things that are required now that weren't required.
Have you considered a traffic study yet?
If the plan commission would like, we're years off from development. So, as part of our engineering, if the plan commission wants a traffic study, obviously we would do a traffic study.
So, we're expected to consider a subdivision that's years off in development. We just had conversations about developments that exist out there in perpetuity with no twilight clause that never get built, and we can't even plan for utilities because these things get forgotten about, and we're supposed to consider that, and you're telling us it's gonna be years before you're ready to do it.
Well, we're proposing a residential TIF that, we're proposing a development agreement with the community.
And as a free-thinking citizen of this town, I've got my own opinions about that residential TIF. And the age-targeted 55 and older community, I don't know if everybody knows it or not, I work for the Boys and Girls Club. Do you know how many 55 and older people I know that are raising their grandchildren? And how do you hold that to a standard where there are no kids in a subdivision in perpetuity?
Do you know are you familiar with the age-restricted TIF law and all that?
I'm familiar enough with it, I think. I don't understand how that type of age-targeted restriction thing works.
Well, the age-restricted, obviously, you have to have one person in the home that's 55 or older. You have to have at least 80% of the homes in that subdivision that comply. So,
I heard a
at
presentation
the
last
time,
night that these subdivisions with the age-targeted...
Well, age-restricted, age-targeted is different,
age-restricted, I might have misspoken there, would not have an impact on the school.
That is accurate. They're allowed, it's not like the grandparents can't watch grandkids, they certainly can. They're allowed about 3 months, they're allowed the summer with the kids, but the whole idea is it doesn't impact the school.
Let me ask you this question. You are unable to sell these age-restricted homes, and the market, let's say the market changes and it's not a marketable product anymore. Are you gonna come back in here and ask for an amendment to the PUD agreement and make it a regular community then?
Pretty sure that's not gonna be possible, because once we agree to age-restricted and we enter into a development agreement with the community whereby we agree to market it as that, we have to survey it, is that the title company sends me we do one now, that's how I kind of know how it operates, because we're doing an age-restricted community now. Every closing that takes place, I get a form signed by the homeowners where they check their licenses and to make sure that those residents are 55 and older. And I mean, I can tell you that there are a lot of people, I hate to say it, but I'm going to be qualifying for that pretty soon, but I mean, there's a lot of people that are quite a bit older, not at so much the 55 range, I'm talking about, the 70-plus range. And it seems, we filled it up. It's completely full in St. John right now.
Okay.
So, but the point is, once we sign the development agreement and we start marketing as age restricted like we're required to do under HOPA, then we have a development agreement with the town that's a binding contract. And that's, the only way we could actually alter that is if the town agreed to alter it at that point.
Let me ask you a question here on your second entrance. Where is that at?
We would have to obviously improve that. That would be Cherry Street, then up Viceroy to the north.
Because it dead ends here on your map, so there's no road connected at that end?
There is, but Bob's got the bit, it's hard to see on that little drawing, John, I'm sorry, Bob's got the big one, so, but you can see it on the big drawing, yeah. It is tough to see on that little drawing, I'll give you that. I had to pull the big one out today because I couldn't see something on the little drawing either, so it is not easy to see.
I got a question, Mike. Is the HOA gonna be developer-owned or resident-owned?
The HOA will be run by a management company. Every HOA that we do, Jim, is run by a management company. The developer will obviously maintain control of the HOA, but will be turned over to the residents upon a certain percentage of completion of the project. And it's similar to what we run now. We've had the HOA now for
right there,
22 years.
What's this one?
And every project we do has a homeowner association.
I don't see anything.
Because this being 55 and older, obviously people expect certain things, i.e. a lot of maintenance-free stuff. They don't want to, shovel driveways. They certainly don't want to mow their lawn. So that will include a lot of this, which is what we do now in the age-restricted community we have.
I've heard nothing except bad news about the HOA and Gates of St. John, and that's just some people that are...
I've heard nothing bad about that one.
Well, you obviously
All right,
know.
let me ask you a question here. We're going on and on and on. What you're here for is to get it rezoned to a PUD.
From a PUD to a PUD, yes.
Right, okay, cohesive PUD. Okay, so we can do that rezoning without lot sizes or anything else. Just give them the zoning and not have to approve any lot sizes or covenants or HOAs or anything like that. Is that correct?
That's not true, John.
I'm not asking you right now.
I would ask the attorney, John.
I'm asking somebody that'll answer other than Steve.
Mr. Calderon?
No, you cannot just, rezone to a blanket PUD, it by your own ordinance and by the statutory guidelines.
Okay,
You have
then.
to have a combination of text that sets forth parameters, as well as, at least at this phase, a conceptual development plan that paints the idea that matches the text. And that's kind of where I was coming from in making my comments, was trying to marry that up and provide some semblance of certainty, because there was a little bit of vagueness and maybe a little too much flexibility in what I saw in what was presented, and I don't think it's in anybody's best interest to provide a plan that could have many different interpretations down the road. So, some of the things that I've heard during this testimony tonight regarding the bridge and access and things like that can and should be part of the PUD agreement, which frankly needs to be negotiated. a little bit more, than where we are tonight, I think, and/or they could be, commitments or conditions that you impose. So there's a lot of workarounds to answer questions that you have, but the simple answer to your question is no, you just can't go PUD to, a PUD that has nothing behind it.
Okay, then, based on your earlier comment when Mr. Parker asked you the question about having a public hearing, you stated that we do not have to have one?
Well, here's my take. The statute clearly provides that there is a time frame to have a public hearing when a developer or applicant initiates a proposal. But the language is when the planning commission receives it. So the question then is, if you look at your PUD ordinance, there is this kind of hearing negotiation, which is what you're doing now, in a sense, where you're taking in information and then you're to provide comments. And then, once you provide those comments back to the applicant, that's when you schedule a public hearing. Mr. Kill may have a different opinion on that, but my view, sitting here tonight, is that until such time that the PUD is deemed received by you, and that is, I think, following this initial negotiation, that's when it's received and that's when you schedule a public hearing. If the other way to manage it would be simply to ask Mr. Kill if he would be okay tabling the public hearing till October, or you could even take that action yourself on the 20th, if everybody's insistent on having a hearing on the 20th.
I don't know why you'd want to have a hearing if there's a possibility it's going to be denied.
Well, Bob, I mean, to answer, I guess, John's question, I obviously know your stance on the lot sizes, and I understand that, okay? I am moving forward knowing that. I understand. I mean, I understand, but to say that there's a blanket PUD, John, I mean, if you look at the...
That's already been cleared. He said no. So
Yeah.
carry on from that. I don't want to discuss something that's already been said no to. So go
Well, I
ahead.
was gonna go tell you what the lot sizes are and all that, it's all in the PUD.
Well, yeah, they're 50 foot. They haven't changed anything from before.
Well, the
correct.
home sizes, the
They're all the
elevation.
same as they were last time you were here, correct?
They're, the plan has not changed, that is correct.
Right. So, we requested, we asked you to take a look at it. We asked you to do some stuff for us, and you did absolutely nothing.
Mr. President?
You asked a few things, lot sizes, I know that you did not like the 50-foot lots. But that wasn't the only thing you asked. So, and I've been waiting for 2 months for comments. This 2 months to the day that I made application, a proper application, with every document that I'm required to make per the ordinance, I made to Cedar Lake. I've been waiting for 60 days now, and I finally received comments from Joe. I am endeavoring to answer all of these comments. I should have them answered by this Friday. So, I've been waiting. Went to the Plan Commission meeting, what we have is our discussion. I've not received one written comment until yesterday.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Mr. President? I had a conversation with our fire chief today, and he sent me something to read based on his view of the situation that we have in front of us. And it says, in reference to your question today, when I think about 50-foot lots and big developments, my concern is the closer the houses are, the bigger exposure it is to problems. It will be difficult to stop a fire from spreading quickly in those types of environments. We already have the same issue in other developments in town. I think taking this into consideration moving forward would help us deal with the subdivision house fires. I'm hoping the residential TIF district will help our emergency service. I work directly for the council and will provide services to the best of our abilities, like always, but I believe a bigger lot sizes help us stop fire before spreading to the next building, and hope moving forward that's being considered. Thank you. I wanted to make sure that everybody heard the chief's comments because he could not be here tonight.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I believe that if he wants to go ahead as is, that we should let him go ahead as is, and we should go ahead as is.
But I had a question for the attorney. Is it Mr. Calderon?
Yeah, Mr. Calderon, yes.
Calderon, sorry.
Yeah.
So folks in the audience, he works for the town of Cedar Lake, just so everybody knows, okay? There might be some confusion. Mr. Austin had a conflict of interest, thus he can't represent us, so we hired a different firm. It's important for everybody to know. So they filed this request a couple of months ago for rezone from ag to planned unit development, and incorporating these additional acres, if I'm not mistaken, into one cohesive planned unit, as they're calling it. What kind of a liability are our taxpayers in from a timeline standpoint if we were, as a commissioner or council, to drag our feet? Is there any liability?
Well, I mean, ultimately, you face the prospect of litigation, in a court, saying that you have to have a public hearing, or they can bypass you and go straight to the council, via litigation, which is, not a great situation with PUD, because what you really want is to have a vetted PUD ordinance to certify to the council.
Right.
Right?
Right.
You don't really have, or the council doesn't really have an opportunity to amend something that's certified. So it really becomes more expensive proposition from the standpoint of the plan commission dragging its feet. We certainly don't want that. I don't think.
No, I don't think we want that either.
I don't think the plan commission is dragging its feet. I think
Just so you know, our attorney, Barnes and Thornburg, is online.
Yeah, that's what I said. I didn't say the name of them.
I don't think the plan commission is dragging its feet. I think the plan commission is used to an environment where it takes time, piece by piece, and studies and vets these things as they come in, and the time is granted for them to do that. And every other developer's been patient with that process. And I just don't know why this one is expected to be handled differently than that.
Mr. Chairman, can I say something just generally with the next three applications? We're under the same impression that Joe is under, that there would be changes based on your last meeting. So we haven't even initiated our engineering review, which is dependent on the plan. It's not an engineering review because we don't have plans, but we will review the development plan and how that corresponds to the development agreement and the PUD. So we still need to start that and get those comments out.
May I ask Don a question, John?
Yes.
Don, how often do you get something like this all at once and expect it to be done that fast? In your experience and all your time as an engineer, how often has this happened?
I mean, nobody likes to be rushed. That's how you miss stuff.
I know.
I mean, yeah, PUDs can be that thick. They have. Centennial was, I think, thicker than that. So it's not uncommon for a PUD to be that thick, but yeah, we want to not necessarily take our time, but we want to have enough time to get through everything and get stuff turned around correctly and timely.
I think that's all anybody wants here is to be able to take their time and go through these things and make sure that everything is the way that it's supposed to be. What is acceptable to the residents, what is acceptable to the council, what is acceptable to the long-term health of this community. I said in the last work session that as long as, and I've done construction, I've done a lot of things, but as long as I've been in Cedar Lake, everybody has complained about 50-foot lots and smaller, and what a mistake that was. And at that time, when all those lots were subdivided, I don't think anybody thought that this was gonna be more than a cottage community or a resort area or a part-time, recreation area. And it seemed logical, I'm sure, 100 years ago, to do developments just that way. But as time goes by and demographics change and uses change, it becomes just a significant challenge for anybody working in a pre-platted area in town. If anybody's done it, it's a nightmare. You have to get 4 or 5 variances before you can drive a nail. And here we are in 2023, looking at a 50-foot lot that I feel that because we were looking at things that happened over 100 years ago, and I said, it seems like Cedar Lake is doomed to repeat its history because we can't learn from our history. Well, I mean, I've lived it. I certainly haven't forgotten it. And what are we doing? What's this going to look like decades from now? What's it going to be?
Well, it's gonna look like every other subdivision with brand-new homes. Greg, I've lived here since '74 too. I've been here my whole life, you know that, all right? So, it's not fair to say I don't know what Cedar Lake was, or when I grew up here. Been here forever, 1974. So, I graduated from Hanover, I ran around the lake, I still do. So, I understand all these things. But I also understand, through a lot of experience, as you know, that this is a controlled, new development. It's not just thrown together with cottages, it's not spewing together on water or wells and, just willy-nilly sewers that are halfway put in the ground. It's not done that way. It has proper streets, proper curbs, proper utilities, proper water, proper sewer, proper infrastructure.
Steve?
It's not the same, Greg.
Can I stop you right there?
Yes.
Bob, I was told, and I think you're the one that told me, that the only reason why a municipality exists is for public safety. Is that correct?
No, that's where the vast majority of our money goes to.
And is having houses so close together that the fire chief is concerned about group house fires, is that in compliance with good planning for public safety?
I'd say no. And what John Capora and what Jim Hundley said about the sewer, I know that guy's not an engineer down there, but it's got me thinking, can we handle to have all these small homes built in this community and handle the capacity down at the plant?
Well, if I wanted to know what was going on at the plant, if I was running that, and I have, in my position with the Boys and Girls Club, I have 10 buildings and 26 vehicles. And I don't always count on what the staff tells me is going on. Sometimes I go look for myself. And sometimes what Mr. Hundley did today, you get better information than you get from people who are experts. Sometimes you get what happens on a day-to-day basis that engineers don't see. There's a million and one caveats. I've known Jim Hundley all my life. I admire that he went down there and did that research. I respect you doing it.
And John Capora too.
And I trust you guys, your information that you brought back, because sometimes you gotta get it from the front line. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would say that somebody, where Bay Bridge is, I went and drove around the gates of St. John. Essentially, it's very similar to what the product is there. What's gonna happen is Crown Point's gonna come south, Cedar Lake's gonna go east, Lakedale will blossom, and of course, a lot of us like country settings. There'll be gas stations on the corner of 9 Mile Stretch and these major intersections for east-west roads. Unfortunately, we're in this situation with this geographical location, with the state spending millions and millions of dollars on economic development projects slated for and pinpointed for Northwest Indiana. It's happening. Our job is, yes, to control it, but there's going to be more and more very good paying jobs billion-dollar investments coming to the northwest Indiana area, all of northwest Indiana. The steel environment's changing. We have to think bigger picture. This growth is real. Illinois has a bad tax base. Indiana has a good tax base for businesses. We're close to Chicago. We are here, and this is reality. And this new residential TIF can bring in lots of future great improvements to our community that was always junky. Never had sewers and water and drains and
What does
storms,
that have
et
to
cetera.
do with 50-foot lots?
I didn't make a comment on 50-foot lots. I haven't even made a comment on that. I went to the gates of St. John, drove around it and said, wow, this is pretty doggone nice. That's what I did.
But that has, we understand all that growth. We're here, we're trying to get a development into this town, but the developer is unwilling to communicate with us or work with us to get it in the best interest of this town.
We're trying to do good planning.
If we haven't properly reviewed this yet, then it's not ready for a public hearing. And I don't think we have properly reviewed it because we're being stonewalled on our comments, and I haven't seen much. I don't know who else has, so how can we, if it hasn't been properly reviewed, it's not ready for a hearing, is that correct, Counselor? Quiet.
Your ordinance is very specific when it says that you shall receive and review the application and the preliminary development plan, and then you prepare recommendations with respect to those items. And once you provide recommendations to the developer indicating your position, which I think you're trying to figure out right now, that is when you authorize and provide notice of a public hearing. That's what your ordinance says. The statute says something a little different, but what the statute requires is that the Plan Commission has to have a public hearing within 60 days upon receipt of a proposal. I don't think the proposal is a proposal under your PUD ordinance until such time that you have had a chance to review and make your recommendations back to the applicant.
And they've already advertised for a public hearing and sent out certified letters according to what I was told last night.
That is correct, I was just gonna say, we did do that, yes, for every proposal.
Yep, I have my letter right here.
No, it's true, we did, yes. I'm not, well, we did, yes. Joe, I think what Joe said from the very beginning, he's giving you interpretation, the statute said 60 days. When we follow the PUD regulations of the community, we submit an application that's whole, doesn't have voids, has the documents that we need that are required. 60 days goes by. Second study session now. I've tried to go through some of the comments that were made, the only ones that I received. I am not able to do that.
So
there's no interest in it. We understand I understand the 50-foot lot. The feedback that I've received, you all, at least this, Bob, don't like 50-foot wide lots. I completely understand
Steve,
that.
this plan commission is used to reviewing subdivisions, one at a time, and going through and vetting them, making comments, negotiating through things. The Schilling Group has done a phenomenal job with doing just that. They come in here, they're patient, they allow us to vet.
They listen to us.
They take concerns back and make adjustments to that. that's not what you're presenting, I mean, you're not presenting that tonight.
I mean, Greg, short of changing the lot sizes, there's nothing that in itself is never gonna make anybody, short of doing that, I don't know what else to do.
All right, you had some comments that you said we're not interested. We are interested in your comments that you have there. We just got hung up on a 50-foot lot, so I would encourage you to proceed with your comments for us.
We talk about minimum building separation, there's at least 10 foot between buildings. So you can have a 50-foot lot, have 10 foot between buildings, you can have a 90-foot lot. They can build a giant house on a 90-foot lot.
By 10
It's
foot,
gonna be just as close.
By 10 foot, you mean it's
5 foot side yards. And it says right in the document, yes.
I didn't hear it. 5 foot side yards?
5 foot side yards
Okay.
in the document, yes, that's what we're proposing. 10-foot building separation, and that was one of Joe's concerns. There is a minimum for Bay Bridge of 1,200 square foot, minimum first floor. So that's 1,200 square foot, and it goes up to 2,400 square foot, so to say these are little tiny houses, I don't know that that's
I don't think
accurate.
anybody said tiny houses, I think they said tiny lots.
Well, then they're pretty good sized houses on, well, I mean, and,
Pretty good
well,
sized houses on tiny lots, sure.
the lot dimensions, though, so for the detached, they're going to be between 50 by 115 and 50 by 150 foot deep. So we're not, these aren't little tiny lots like you're thinking of postage stamp. They have some nice depth to them and everything. But to move on, facade materials. Joe indicated front and side. We're willing to commit to the hardy board, the smart side, we're willing to commit to a full exterior. Matter of fact, we have another builder that is going in there, the build's complete brick. 100% brick, front, back, sides, everything. So we have a lot of different product. One of them builds all brick. And John, if you drove through the gates, you probably saw all the all brick homes.
I did.
They're selling very good. There's no reason to think that those people, they wouldn't want it. Terraces, patios, decks, exclusion from finished floor area, that's already in the PUD guidelines. You wanted the minimum number of open space, I'll go ahead and put that in, that's already in the drawing. Age-restricted housing program, I will, like I said before, I will add that to the PUD guidelines, I have no problem doing that. Increase the private, we do have some private roads in there for the townhomes and things like that. Joe wanted curbing, he wanted 24-foot minimum. Done?
By private road, you mean that?
Private drives.
Private drives?
If you look on the plan,
That's
yeah,
what I
no, just go by
found. I found
private, this will be public, and those are just private, that's what we're talking about.
But all these are,
Those are all public, right, yeah. There's separate standards for private drives and publicly dedicated roads.
So private drives would be just for that one house,
Or a few houses that are on a private drive.
which would be maintained by the...
By the HOA, that's correct. It will not be dedicated to the town and not be subject to maintenance by the community.
Okay.
That is correct. For the private drives, town engineer approved a turnaround at the dead ends. Not a problem, we'll do that during subdivision, that always takes place, that's common. 5-foot sidewalk separated from back of curb by a 5-foot wide planting strip. We would propose a sidewalk on the back of curb for the private drives that are not through streets.
For the private drives.
Not the public. There's already sidewalk standards for the publicly dedicated roads. These are the actual private drives that will be off of the public road where there'll be a group of homes.
So you're saying there you would not have sidewalks?
We would, but we put them on the back of curb.
Oh, rather than 5 foot.
Rather than all the way up in there, right,
Curb, okay, I
Right.
understand, thank you.
So, we also have landscaping plan, I also included all the elevations for everything that we're proposing to build, that has all the landscaping included in it. So for each home, is there gonna be landscape, just like the pictures show? And I would, obviously I can reduce that to writing too, if you would like, but that pretty much sums up the comments that I received. And I will have those answered, and back to Joe and obviously the staff, probably by this Friday.
Okay, so you've got 2 weeks before the public hearing. Do you think you will be able to discuss this with Mr. Lawton and come up with wider, not so narrow a lot, but I'm saying a lot small, but they're narrow. Can you come up with the wider lots, number one? And we would like 70-foot wide. And number two, we would like 8-foot side yards. 16 between houses.
16 building together.
8 feet side lots, yards.
I will speak to him, yes.
Okay, now, my question to Joe is, after the public hearing, do we have to act on the public hearing, at the public hearing, or do we have a time period to act in?
You have 10 days after the conclusion of the public hearing to make a certification to the town council.
So I thought we had 60 days if I read the paperwork right that I reviewed from the state.
Steve is saying that his 60-day time clock started when he filed a complete application, which is his interpretation. I understand that.
Yes, he's saying that 60 days started from that. Then that statute also states that you have 60 days after the public hearing, another 60 days, to act upon.
That is, the plan commission has 10 days.
Well, what about this statute that I'm trying to find the paper?
The town council has a period of 90 days to act or not act on a certified proposal. So it's a two-part process to be done once and for all.
Okay, Joe, excuse me a minute. It says here, this is IC 36-7-4-6077 zoning ordinance procedure for proposed to amendment or partially repealed tax. C, on receiving or initiating proposal, the commission shall, within 60 days, hold a public hearing in accordance with 604 of this chapter. The commission shall vote on the proposal not later than 60 days after the commission holds the public hearing. Within the 10 business days after the commission determines its recommendation, if any, the commission shall certify the proposal under section 605 of this chapter. Is that correct?
And 607 is text of an ordinance, so the proper statute for what we would call or refer to as a rezoning is a map change, which is governed by section 608.
Okay, and that means?
That means that there's no additional 60-day window. The statute just simply says, the commission shall, within 60 days, hold a public hearing. Within 10 business days after the commission determines its recommendation, if any, the commission shall certify the proposal, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, I understand, the first 60 days is okay in that paragraph, but the second 60 isn't.
The second 60 is just, there is no second 60 in section 608.
I just read it to you.
That's a different section. That's 607.
You're reading 607.
So what John read would be applicable to the next two items on our agenda, right, sir?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Sure. So the next two items on our agenda, section 607 would be applicable.
608 is applicable,
Oh,
not 607.
Even on the next two,
Yes.
because they're
all
PUDs?
mapping, they're all
Oh, map,
mapping.
okay. Thank you.
All rezonings are, I know it doesn't seem right when you're looking at ordinances and
Yep.
and things like that, but it's all considered to be a zone map change.
I understand, okay, yeah, I was thinking only this one was pertinent since it was from 2006.
Mr. Calderon,
Yes.
I want to ask a question specifically to Bay Bridge,
Okay.
is because I think we should handle these individually. Is, in your opinion, will Bay Bridge, and I asked you this before, but I just want to be clear. In your opinion, will Bay Bridge be ready to hold a public hearing in 2 weeks? And Don, I'm going to ask you the same question.
I think that it would be technically ready, but not fully vetted the way you as a planning commissioner are used to working with your town engineer and others. So the risk, of course, to the applicant is the planning commission doesn't like it and certifies with a negative recommendation. And that's, you know, is that a risk to the developer as he gets to town council? I can't answer that. But my view is that we would have to work really, really, really hard to get these documents in some semblance of shape that provides the level of certainty that your PUD requirements state in your own zoning. It would take a lot of work. And you would not have the benefit of a detailed engineering report, I don't think.
I mean, I'll let Joe speak to the legal parts of that, and I'll reiterate what I said before. We still need to get into the development plan, how that relates to the PUD documents and the development agreement, to provide any kind of guidance that you may or may not take in consideration with whatever vote or certification you make to the council. We'll try to do that as quickly as possible prior to next meeting, so you have that information in hand. Right now, can't really say anything until I get into it.
You know, what I would think would be maybe a fair compromise on this, given kind of where we are and respecting kind of what the developer wants out of this. But being respectful for the commission to have to make consider a recommendation is perhaps the developer would consider pushing the public hearing to the October, second meeting in October, to give us sufficient time to get through all of this stuff, even without significant changes. Just so we could have a development agreement, PUD guidelines, engineering report in sufficient shape for the planning commission to make a decision.
Yeah, and you're Joe, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so, also, Joe, I think too, we've had, in this town, we've often done special public meetings before the work session or after the work session, so that may be something as well.
Yeah, as I understand it, Schilling has a, either a committee meeting or a small group meeting that doesn't constitute a quorum. That's what you have to worry about, just to kind of hammer through some of these things. And certainly, I would be willing to participate, and, that would be something that might help everybody collaborate a little more just to get a true proposal before you.
Right, no, I'm talking about us as a body. Sometimes at the end of a work session like we are in tonight, we will add a special public meeting so that some months we do have two versus only one.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you're aware of that or not, so that's why I brought that up.
No, I had not heard that, but
Okay.
you certainly can. I mean, you can hold public hearing anytime you want, as long as you meet the statutory publication requirement, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
And what he's suggesting there is that at our next public meeting, somebody could make a motion to continue it to the next work session if the votes are there to do that. If not, then possibly to the October public meeting.
I prefer to have another work session, if this is gonna happen. Prefer to have another work session, so make sure we're all pretty much on the same page instead of, you know.
Yeah, well, we would have to vote on that.
The responsible way to do this would be to have a few work sessions and to get through all three of these. I mean,
Yeah, I agree with that, but I think we're pushing it for one more.
So Joe, is it up to the petitioner to ask for, since we're in that window, or is it up?
Yeah, it's up to the petitioner.
Okay.
Joe, I don't know if you heard or not, but we have advertised for public hearings already on September 20th.
I did hear that you have already done that. So, really the Plan Commission should have initiated its willingness to hold a public hearing, with all due respect, Steve. I think that, and I get the whole 60-day thing that you're looking at, relying upon and all of that. But I think it's the Plan Commission's purview to have done that. So it could lead to some awkwardness on the 20th, if the Plan Commission is uncomfortable and willing to take the risk that a public hearing is not necessary on the 20th, and then they'll just move to table it and probably require new notice, would be my recommendation as well.
move on to their next item.
Yes, let's move on to the next item, and we'll see what happens in 2 weeks. Should be interesting. Number 10, Founder's Creek rezone. Owner petitioner, LBL Development LLC, 1400 Lakeshore Drive, Cedar Lake, vicinity of 13621 Moore Street, Cedar Lake. Petitioner is requesting a rezone from multiple zone property, MZ, R1, RT, RM, and BT2 to planned unit development, PUD.
Yes, this is fairly similar to Bay Bridge in that it already has existing zoning on the property. We are simply looking to rezone it into, again, its own PUD. It has that zoning already. You guys have the maps in front of you. All we're trying to do is do a new development plan. Now, this product is all multifamily. It's all townhomes. I do have...
What's the current zoning there, Steve?
The current zoning is, there's some R1, there's RT PUD, there's RM PUD, and B2, I believe, on the...
There's MZ, R1, RT, RM, and R2.
So, it does have different zonings on it.
And you want to rezone all of it to...
Just a planned unit development, a residential planned unit development,
Well,
all attached, obviously, all townhomes, yes.
What's the matter with building it out and platting it with its current zoning?
We believe that it's a better use of the property with the townhome zoning than all of the other mishmash product that would have to go in there.
Well, that's one opinion, I mean...
Well, no, that's...
What's the percentage of green? I'm sorry, Greg, are you done? Ashley, what was the percentage of, I asked it last month, I think, you know, the density, how many houses per acre?
Give me 2 seconds to recalculate.
Okay, I'm looking through.
Yeah, Yeah, the guideline is requesting, 6.6.
If I do the 384 townhomes, that's on the conceptual plan presented with the 594 total area, it comes out to about a 6.5.
6.5?
Yes, sir.
Does that fit into our, what is this thing that you gave us today? I was looking at it earlier.
So this is in our comprehensive plan that is currently active. If the Ileana roadway did not go through, which it does not, it has been completely removed from both Illinois and Indiana to my understanding.
Okay.
This is a town land use alternative that we are supposed to be utilizing to compare all of our projects to. So in that area, it shows a mix of medium density residential and high density residential. If you look at your key, the medium density residential is a 3 to 9 density unit per acre, the high is a 9 and over.
So this fits into the
Who
medium?
created this document? How
The
did it-
town.
But who in the town created it?
It was the town council, the planning commission, and town representatives in 2012.
I think we updated in 17.
We
the
provided
P- for the-
amendment for the
The TIF
133rd,
on 41 also.
for the tip on 41 in 2020, and in 2018 for the corner up by, Midway Gardens, thank you.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
But otherwise, it's only been amended, it has not changed the land use plan that is in front of you tonight.
What if we rezoned it to R1 PUD? Would you be in favor of that?
Ray, I can't answer that, I'd have to ask
Well,
Mr. Lawton, I can't.
I
can't answer that, I mean, I know that the
Steve, this is
proposal,
what we do in these meetings.
yeah,
But and that's gonna be my proposal. I would like you to go back and talk to Mr. Lawton and ask him if he would consider rezoning that to R1 PUD. Could you do that for me?
yes, I can, absolutely.
I appreciate it.
My guess is that probably not, because his proposals are pretty straightforward.
Well,
and
that's my
yes.
ask, Steve, that's all. I'm asking you to do that. R1 PUD is what I'm asking for.
With 70-foot lots,
Yes,
I mean, I would have to take back a little more than R1 PUD to them.
with 70-foot lots. 70, let's do what the Schilling template is, 70 by 135.
I'm just gonna say he's probably gonna say no because of the existing.
Well, ask him anyway, would you?
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
We still are having we still schedule a public hearing, so, yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
May I ask Mr. Parker a question?
Sure.
Did you vote for multifamily in Lennar Homes?
On
the west side of town?
I'm gonna answer your question.
Yeah, yes, sir.
I voted for multifamily in several instances where it made sense. So did Mr. Sharp. You did, except for the one you're specifically gonna cite.
Okay,
And most of the time, it was unanimous.
okay.
So,
So you said yes, thank you.
you're welcome.
I have no more questions.
Okay. Now, this subdivision is supposed to tie into Lakeside with the road, correct?
That is accurate, yes.
Yes, and on this drawing I got, I don't know if it's current or not.
That's the current one, you want to flip a page to the concept plan.
John, you're looking, I believe, at the current zoning of the property.
Well, it shows not included, and that's where the road goes through.
That's, the not included property
We have all
is
the stuff that doesn't pertain.
Mr.'s,
That's it, man.
That's very frustrating. So that doesn't include it is no longer included.
John, if you'll recall, it was on
Okay.
Mr. Slager's drawing.
Pardon?
That was on Mr. Slager's drawing. That's why it's not included on mine. Well, he just had it up here and it was on his drawing.
All right, fair enough. All right, what other questions do you have?
What about the things we brought up at the first work session? Mr. Gill, what else do you have for us on some of those?
Well, I've got actually all of the comments from Joe, which are almost, they almost mimic each other, so.
From the other-
I'll have to answer the same typical type of questions and all that. There is also a well site that's on the property. We would also propose that the town institute a residential TIF on the property. That is different than an age-restricted TIF, and that's where there is a lot more latitude for the community to use the actual TIF money. That's where I believe that, kind of where Mr. Wilkeny kind of alluded to it in his letter, where you can actually capture the tax money, and that TIF money, although it only goes for 20 years, not 25, the legislature was pretty clear on that it can be used to offset operating expenses for police and fire in the general fund. Public safety, if you will. So, we're offering, obviously, to do a TIF on that property as well. There is a well site on it that has to be drilled yet and vetted, but all in the preliminary indications indicate it'll be fine. I talked to Mr. Lawton. The south parcel of property on Moore Street, he is more than willing to give to the town.
Yeah,
That was brought up at last meeting.
How much?
What does the town want?
I think we talked 2 acres the first time.
That
Was it?
And I know that's acceptable, yes.
You talked about the 2.5 acre lot on the south of the proposed entrance into the subdivision to allow it to have for extra off-site parking for the town complex.
Right.
Town grounds.
And he was...
Yes, that is correct. He has no problem with that.
Ask you, if you look at that area, did you happen to do a GIS to check, does that go all the way up to where that northern B2 area is?
Yes.
On the old map?
It does connect to the B2 to the north. So if you look at the concept plan, if you look to the property just north, that's that red building, that's zone B2.
Gotcha.
Pretty much our B2 in that area goes from, it's B1 on the lot just south of him, it goes B2 north, and then it goes B1 up until you get 133rd, and then it converts to B2.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So that area is all commercial.
And that corner would be next to the Methodist church?
Correct.
Okay. So catty corner from the complex.
Of course, you're gonna have the buffer zone between the commercial and the residential.
Yes, there's actually on the northern parcel of property, there's actually an incredibly large buffer zone. The southern parcel of property that's on Moore Street that I just indicated that we would dedicate to the town, if the town's going to utilize it for extra parking or whatever use that the town wants, obviously, I'm sure there'll be a buffer zone there. There's a lot of frontage there on Moore Street.
So just so you're aware that buffer zones that need to be in there.
Right.
Do you have any more comments on this?
The connection, obviously, the primary road connection would be on Moore Street, as you can see. There would be a road connection also into the development to the east that was just presented this evening. So those are basically the two connections. We are showing a connection, a future connection, I guess, that would be to the north.
Okay.
But the request is to rezone to a residential PUD and all attached housing
I
projects.
guess what we're
Yes.
saying is we don't want any townhomes.
I kind of gleaned that from last meeting as well. You were pretty clear about that, and Bob was too, so yeah, I got it.
Does Mr. Alton ever negotiate, or is he just stubborn as a mule and that's it?
Well, I mean, I don't know that it's stubborn as a mule, it's just that from a land use perspective, when you look at a couple subdivisions like this, and you already have zoning that exists on them, I don't know that it's not being stubborn. I mean, I dealt with this my whole career, where somebody would come in, and they would be zoned R3, R4, hey, that's what you're zoned. Regardless if it was done 15 years ago, 20 years ago.
Just a question.
No, I mean, he obviously is used to talking to people and negotiating. But again, it's kind of difficult on property that already has this.
Any other,
What about the concrete, Mr. Chairman? Didn't we ask about concrete driveways versus blacktop or something?
We did
I heard they're all gonna be concrete on all this project.
I don't know if that is applicable, Joe, to this or not, but I thought last month that was brought up.
Yeah, all of the driveway requirements, I commented back saying that the reference to asphalt should be removed. It should either be concrete or brick pavers.
Okay.
And John, just so you know, in Bay Bridge, anywhere that it fronts a public street, where there's public, obviously where the garage empties into a public street.
Right.
Concrete. Single-family homes, all that, no problem. But where it's rear-loaded townhomes where we're proposing,
Right.
that's in between the homes, that's more of a drive, that's like a private drive type deal.
No, I understand what you're
He's asking for asphalt on that,
Like a road.
like a regular road.
Right,
Yeah.
I'm with you. No,
But if it's a driveway.
Driveway is what I was
onto a road
referring
street, John, no problem, concrete's fine.
Because some of those townhomes that we have in town have blacktop going into the people's driveway, and when their car sits there inside, it sinks. Because clay is only 6 months to 2 years old, and it's cheap, and it's
Right.
bad.
Yeah, so where you front on a public street, and, it says concrete, and Joe, I mean, obviously, listen, I didn't get to that in the Bay Bridge, but I'm going to obviously make that change in the PUD guidelines as well for your review.
Thank you. And Steve, if you could, when you make those changes, if you can circulate those documents in Word.
Yes, I apologize for that, I will.
It's okay, it's okay.
How wide are the roads between the townhomes, the blacktop roads?
They're typically 25 feet. And that's for the rear load product where obviously the front door faces the streets.
Yeah.
And the townhomes, yes, that's
When
rear
they back
load.
out of the driveway, one subdivision, can't really back out.
Yeah, we kind of learned a lot over the years, and we want to make sure that it's wide enough where you don't have a problem backing out, where you're not going to hit the townhome across from you, Jim, so. I appreciate it, yeah, but we're at 25 foot, so.
Any other comments?
One for Ashley, what's the density here? Is it in the high, is it in the medium, or is it in the low?
Depends. If you look at our comprehensive plan that I have in front of you, it
Yeah.
falls in the medium. If
This
you
falls
look
in
at
the-
our subdivision control ordinance, it falls in the high.
Okay.
So it just depends on which document you take a look at.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman, for me.
Any other comments?
No.
All right, then I guess we'll see you in 2 weeks on this one. Number 11, Red Cedar, rezone. Order petitioner, LBL Development LLC, 14400 Lakeshore Drive, Cedar Lake. Vicinity of 14400 Lakeshore Drive, Cedar Lake. Petitioner is requesting a rezone from wetlands and water course in R1 to a planned unit development.
Yeah, Red Cedars, formerly South Shore, obviously, I think everybody is aware of that. It's kind of unique. We're proposing, obviously, a single-family detached product and a single-family attached product. I know that at last meeting, I told the Plan Commission that I would endeavor to make sure I showed you what the attached product would look like. From Moore Street.
Thank you. Attached product is a townhome, huh?
This would be the product that would face Moore Street. That's
Would you,
correct.
would you mind passing one of those around to the audience too?
I've got an extra if you want.
Yeah, would you do that?
Okay.
here as well.
Well, they're gonna pass it, they're gonna pass them around, yeah.
And those townhomes would be rear-loaded.
Those townhomes are rear loaded, the elevation that you see, the front elevation, that's what would be visible from Morse.
All right, here again, you know, we don't want the townhouse.
Right.
All right, that's I think you call it a trail, but it will be sidewalk going all along Morse to, just south of the Tasty Top. Then it'll go along the west side of Tasty Top, and we're gonna go all along 144th, 145th.
And dead end somewhere at the lake. Either north side of the road or south side, it depends on how we can maneuver that through.
Okay, now when you develop the north side of this property, you're gonna put sidewalk along that side too.
Well, we're proposing an 8-foot wide walkway, not just regular
On that
sidewalk. Well, no, along the entire Moore Street all the way. We're proposing not just a sidewalk, but an actual path, a concrete path.
Concrete. And then,
Where's that go again? See? Where's
That's from all the way at the southern end of the development,
that? Okay.
up North Morse, around Tasty Top, along 145th to Cedar Lake.
The south side of 145th or the north?
It would,
south.
we believe the south side until,
Number 9, green?
until somewhere around the T there.
Okay.
That T box, it's gonna probably have to transition
Number
to the
10.
north side, so it'd be like, with every number, yeah, number 10 T, so somewhere there down.
All the way that
Yeah.
far, well,
Yeah.
okay, good.
Yeah, we can get that far west on the.
So you would go down the hill there?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
that is correct.
Okay,
We
now on
actually just
this,
went and looked at that,
on
yeah.
this drawing here, I don't see any measurements on the townhouse lots. Am I wrong here again?
That's all included in Exhibit C, which is the Plan Unit Development Guidelines. If you go to the special conditions for the single-family detached, it will show you that they range from 50 by 115 to 50 by 150. That's shown in the development plan. Front setback 25 foot, side setbacks 5, except for corner units, obviously 15, street side. Rear yard setback would be 25 foot. The finished floor area will range from 1,200 to 2,600 square foot. Homes will have an attached 2-car garage. They'll use masonry, bricks, smart side fibers, cement board, hardy board, stone, etc. All driveways shall be concrete, asphalt, or brick pavers. We are willing to stipulate concrete. So I can make that change. Obviously, that was one of the things Joe wanted. If you look, all sidewalks will comply with the construction standards of Cedar Lake. All sidewalks will be poured through outlots, through everything, so there's contiguity. If you go to the attached dwellings, John, you'll see they have a lot area of 75 by 115. A lot with 75 foot for townhomes is shown on the development plan. Front yard setback is 25 foot from the building line, which is at the building line, which is from the right-of-way line. 5-foot side yards on interior lots, 15 on corner, 15 on the minimum rear lot line. Finished floor area will range from 1,300 to 1,800 square foot per unit. We're only utilizing half the site. I know that this is a little confusing because the whole north side of 145th Avenue, if you look at the PUD guidelines, that is going to be reserved for Mr. Lawton's personal use.
All right, we're gonna talk about that in a minute, but, you know, setbacks, you're talking the 25 foot on all the units, or they're supposed to be 30 foot?
We're proposing 25.
I don't know, they're supposed to be 30 foot.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, thank
So
you.
you can take that factor in too, okay?
Yeah.
Now, on his personal property, he said he was gonna build 4 or 5 houses, what is it?
We are showing right now, on the plan, we are showing 5 lots.
Okay, what are the dimensions of that lot?
Acreage. Over an acre?
What, lots
It could get-
off the lake right there?
Yes,
Yeah, what's the width? What's the width of the lot?
minimum of 100, probably more.
Okay, I just, that's
Yeah,
what I need to
minimum,
know.
it's minimum of 100,
Okay.
maybe a little bit more. Those are, obviously, if you just look at the size compared to the other lots, we're looking
I
at
know, but
building.
there's no dimensions, Steve. I'm
Yeah.
just asking a simple question.
Yeah, it's in excess
Now,
of
the
100.
other question is, how big are those townhouses gonna be there?
The townhouse units will comply with the townhouse PUD guidelines that I just read.
Okay, all four of them,
Yes, that's accurate, yes.
okay? Now, the road, these houses all are supposed to be on the road, so that road coming in the middle of the open area is connected to 145th, so that works as the entrance and connection for all these lots to a public street.
It's in essence a big driveway, yes.
But that's what's connecting all, because these lots, all this area, who's gonna own all that area in the middle? Which house?
Mr. Lawton will own it.
The POA within, because what happens if somebody buys one of those other houses? Is that where?
The houses are reserved for family only.
Right.
Today, we don't know about tomorrow. All right, is this, those two holes, I'm gonna call them 1 and 18, are they part of the PUD across the street?
1 and 18.
That's the hole,
Fairway.
the first hole in the 18.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about the goal holes, all right.
Yeah, that's how.
Now I know where they're at.
That's how I know.
1 and 18
A 5 and a 6, that's how I know.
is not.
Voting and a double voting.
1 and 18 are not going to be subject to the HOA, that is private.
Right, so it's not gonna be, it'd be separate from the HOA?
That is correct.
It'll show that it has its own whatever.
Yes, it will be privately maintained, yes.
Now you're proposing a commercial lot back there,
Yes, yes.
okay, in a residential area.
Well, I mean, there's commercial right next to it on Moore Street. And it's, again, it's a little different in that this is our office space.
It's no different, commercial's commercial regardless of who owns it.
Well, and I said it's similar to what's next to it. So the purpose of the commercial is for our offices and warehouse. Lot and development, LBL development, all of that. So the purpose is...
What's it zoned right now?
I'm sorry?
What's it zoned right now?
R1.
Is it zoned commercial?
No, it's not one.
R1.
Then it's a residential.
Yeah, it's zoned R1, yeah, absolutely.
It's not suitable for commercial use.
Well, that's why we're asking for a zone change, because we can't build that without one.
And if that should go commercial, you need a buffer zone between that property and those townhouses.
Right, but again, we're asking for a planned unit development where those things are varied, so we're asking, obviously, to vary for some of
See,
that.
my fear is, 5 years down the road, he's gonna sell all this out for $85 million or something, and then we're gonna wind up with another problem where I am. And that's, you know, with the commercial out there,
Count on it.
you know, so I mean, it's, I don't wanna see the commercial there. I understand he wants to put his office in there, but I don't wanna see the commercial.
We asked if we could get that accessible off of Morris.
There is a drive off Morse Court, yes.
Oh, I see it.
The access would be off of Morse, yes.
Okay, now I see it.
I did comment, gentlemen, to Steve, that on the commercial building, that we should have a specific list of permitted uses, restricted or prohibited uses, and then development and architectural standards, just to avoid that issue that you're worried about, that down the road, there could be something that really doesn't fit in, so that's been requested.
You know what, Joe, I might defer to our legal counsel, Tim Oakes, on that.
Right.
I am probably not in a position where I can draft that satisfactorily. I'm gonna go ahead and defer to Mr. Oakes on that, so.
Yeah.
I'll have Tim give you a buzz, Joe.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm out of breath. Next. Any other comments?
Yeah, ask Mr. Lawton if he would consider R1 PUD for that entire parcel as well.
70 footers?
70 by 135.
No townhomes?
No townhomes.
Got it.
It's zoned R1 right now, I don't see any reason to change it.
Anybody else? Good talk.
Still just taking it all in, John.
Well, if there's no other questions for Mr. Hill, then I guess we'll see you in 2 weeks on this one too.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you. All right, I want to know if Sailside Exteriors is here. Have they showed up? No? Okay. Then
I'll reach out.
if they don't want to respond, then we'll take them off the agenda.
Okay. I will let them know tomorrow morning.
Okay. Update items. Building regulations and fee amendments. Staff forthcoming.
It's been presented. If you have any requests on either different percentage calculation increase or such, send that to me and I can, it's an Excel spreadsheet, it's not terribly difficult to amend and send out.
And I have finally gotten the rest of the proposed fee changes in line. I will be sending those out to the plan commission within the next day or two. I just want to get them all finalized out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Number 2, Centennial Phase 12, maintenance letter of credit expires October 13th, 2023.
We received an email from Mr. Yatsko on the 5th regarding our punch list. He requested a reinspection, so we hope to be complete by the time that expires.
Okay, number 3, Rose Garden Estates, Unit 1, performance letter of credit expires October 14th, 2023.
They have submitted a request to extend for an additional year in full.
They submitted a request to extend?
Yep, I have the extension letter of credit
For 1 year, actually, is
for
that?
another year.
Wow. 6 point something mil, right?
6.6, something like that, 6.3, 6.6, somewhere in that range.
That's the biggest one.
Wow. Number 4, Beacon Point East, Unit 3, performance letter of credit expires November 5th, 2023.
We issued a small punch list to Schilling Development on the 23rd. It's our impression that they are vetting that, and then they will final pave, and then we should be able to rotate it into maintenance prior to November.
Okay. Rose Garden Estates, Unit 2, performance letter of credit expires December 9th, 2023.
Similar to the other two, I expect I will have an extension at some point in time within the next month or so.
Leadstone, performance letter of credit expires December 7th, 2023.
So this is actually a maintenance expiration. So this just showed up on our radar. We've initiated a request for reviews of Public Works for all underground, and we will initiate our own inspections and provide a punch list to Leadstone to complete prior to expiration.
My records had it labeled wrong. I will get that corrected on the next agenda.
Okay. Number 7, Summer Winds, Unit 2, performance letter of credit expires December 20th, 23.
Tackle 7 and 8 together. He hasn't met his minimum build-out requirement to surface yet. I know he's close, but he has to do some binder repairs before he can even pave surface. So unless he doesn't get moving very quickly to beat the weather, he may have to extend them again.
Okay. Do commissioners have any comments? Nope. I guess I better do this, huh? Hi, Brenda.
Hi there.
Public comment, please. Come up. Or what? Chuck beat you.
Oh, we have protocol here.
Chuck Becker, 6100 West 136, please. Don, has the planning commission asked for any unreasonable conditions to Mr. Hill on any of these developments?
I think you're asking the wrong person.
Well, Attorney, anybody?
I think legal should answer that.
Have we asked for any what?
Unreasonable conditions.
We asked for normal conditions that we do you sat in.
Exactly. Because I thought Mr. Austin always said, we're able, as long as it's reasonable, we're planning commission.
That's what we asked for.
So if you guys did not ask for any unreasonable conditions,
no.
Why is this getting pushed through anyways?
Joe, can you answer that?
He's not here anymore.
Oh, he's not here?
No.
Nobody's here, look at.
He was essentially following, Chuck, you bring up a good point, he was essentially following that statute that he rattled off earlier. I wrote it down somewhere.
I have it if you'd like.
Yes, please.
It's Indiana State Code, Chapter 36, or Item 36-7-4-608, zoning ordinance procedure for changing of zoning maps. If the proposal is not initiated by the Plan Commission, it must be referred to the Plan Commission for consideration and recommendation before any final action is taken by the legislative body. On receiving or initiating the proposal, the Plan Commission shall, within 60 days, hold a public hearing in accordance with Section 604 of this chapter. Within 10 business days after the commission determines its recommendation, if any, the commission shall certify the proposal under Section 605 to this chapter. So essentially, they were referencing state statute that the proposal had been received, and according to state statute, within 60 days, the publication had to go on.
And is that for PUD?
Any zone,
Any zoning.
only zone map change.
Only zone map change, but under PUD. We are always under the understanding, the planning commission was able to ask for reasonable conditions.
This is just for
Yeah,
public hearing.
That's different than that. That's a more general term that Dave recites a lot.
Yeah.
And Chuck, I'll answer your question like this. Once we get into it, that development will be treated just like any other development that comes into town.
But before you get the information, why commit? Look how many times we're already stuck with all these developments that they committed 14, 15 years ago, now we're stuck with them. And we're gonna do the same mistake now? We don't even know if we have water for it. We don't even know if we have capacity of the sewer. We don't know enough about the lighthouse well. If it's not up and running now, how can you guarantee that's gonna be ready to be certified? So go.
You're gonna be sitting up here in about 3 months. You're gonna start learning about all these things that are happening and all the hard work that engineers and consultants have done, and about the different fracture trace analysis that have been done, and wellheads, and what the master plan is for looping, et cetera. And I think you know a lot of that for the water and stuff. So in 4 months, you're gonna get it and be indulged, let me tell you.
Okay, but what's the hurry to push all these things in before we get the information? That's the only thing. We are putting the cart before the horse.
There is none.
Let's get all the information, let's do the study, then approve it, once we get the information. Don't just approve it on a whim, okay, well, yeah.
We're not pushing it.
Well, I'm not saying you guys are.
But let me explain to you, we're governed by the law, and the law is making us push this through.
The legislators, the politicians.
Okay?
I heard a phrase one time, alcohol is the cause and solution to all of life's problems. I think it could apply to politicians too. The state legislators have created an environment for us. And every time they change a law down there that they think they're making our lives better, they're really making our lives worse. And we don't let them hear us enough.
I wish legal is still here, because I want to know if the town approves this, and then all of a sudden there's not enough water. Are they gonna turn around and sue the town for allowing, well, hey, you said we can develop here, but there's no water. So guess what? We want our money back with interest. I mean, well...
That's not how it works, Chuck.
Well,
it's not how it works.
Well, if we're committing something...
If you commit, you better be able to produce. That's why you hire engineers, people that know what the study is.
Well, we're doing it before...
I said it before, and you're gonna soon be a part-time legislature too, because you don't do this full-time. You don't do it 8 hours a day like our professionals that are sitting over here behind the wall and the people that we hire. This is our job, not to micromanage, but to look at what we get from our professionals and dictate yes or no based on that. And I can assure you, with the West Side Sewer Interceptor, with some additions that are gonna have to happen at the Lowell Sewer Treatment Plant, with the growth coming not only to our community, but the county, between us and Lowell, as well as Lowell, and with the growth that we're seeing now on the east side, trying to get folks I-65 to attack some of these good paying jobs that are coming here, it's part of change and it's planning, and we have to have the faith in the professionals, and that we do the water analysis right, and we do the sewer analysis right, and so on and so forth. So that's part of our job.
I remember in Robin's Nest, 5 years ago, we had a fire out there.
Okay.
Fire department came, opened up the hydrants, barely any water pressure, put up fire.
Right,
They had
that's
two
why
tankers out there.
we built the water tower. That's why we're looping the water from the well that we bought the lighthouse to go through Founder's Creek, to go to the Robin's Nest, water, where you're at, thus creating bigger pressure. By 2028, according to, I think, the IURC or IDEM, we have to loop, we're calling it the Silesian line. We have to loop the east side with the west side. There's a lot of things that are happening that a lot of folks may or may not be paying attention to in public meetings and things like that, but these are the grand scheme of things, the 35,000-foot elevation that planners do, that council folks do with the direction of the folks running our town. And you will soon be diving off the diving board.
But what's the hurry right now, pushing these things right?
Chuck, like Tom said, this is gonna be just like every other subdivision. We're following the statute, section 8 or 608, whatever the heck she read, so. It is.
It just seems like it's getting rushed through without thinking about it. All I wanna do is, hey, let's think about it, let's make sure we have the resources before we approve.
We certainly want to think about it. We want to think about it, we want to look at it, we want to vet it, we want to study it, we want to look at every aspect of it like we do everything else. In this particular instance, though, we're not getting the opportunity to do that. And it appears that maybe we won't get the opportunity.
I mean, that's what it looks like from here. I mean, I've never seen this push through like this.
People in this room want us to have the opportunity, but it sure doesn't look like we're gonna get the opportunity.
When I was on that, we always vetted everything, and now, no, we don't. You guys don't get vetted.
I want 6 days. Everything that people spoke on tonight, Mr. Kapoor, myself, Mr. Hunley, we want the opportunity to vet these projects. We want the time and the opportunity to get them vetted correctly. And, you know, Jack's a good example of that. Jack Schlager back there in the back of the room has always, and the Schilling Group has always given us the opportunity to vet. He hasn't always liked the result of vetting, but he's always given us the opportunity to, and that's why we need to appreciate a quality developer when they come here, a patient one that cares about the long-term health of the.
And you've got quality products.
And that it is patient enough to give us the time to do what we need to do and do it correctly.
But 50-foot lock safety first, come on. I mean.
Chuck, you're preaching to the choir here.
Oh, no, for everybody.
Chuck, we understand, we got your point. I got a lot of other people I want to talk to, so please.
All right.
Thank you. Come on.
I have Brenda Roberts, 15008 Moore Street. This horrible area that they're going to make a mess out of. I have a question. Just recently returning from Germany, I get this certified letter. I'm supposed to sign for it, and I was not warned by Cedar Lake nor by Lawton or anybody what it was. I do not accept certified letters thinking I'm going to be sued or they're soliciting money. So I turned it down. Now, do I have the opportunity to say yes or no to these people, or was that just a formality?
So the
Accept the
way,
letter.
if I may, Mr. Kapoor.
Yes.
So the way it works when anything goes for a public hearing is all adjacent property owners are required to be notified. Whether or not you accept that certified, you have then received the notification. you are an adjacent property owner, which allows you the opportunity to, at the public hearing, get up and speak either for or against the development, and that's for
Okay.
all forms of public hearings.
Even though I did not accept it?
Even though you did not accept it
Okay.
certified,
That was-
it still gives you the ability to come up and remonstrate for
Okay.
or against the project.
That was my question. Now, the other thing is, I was looking for maps online. I did not find anything. Are they there and I just don't see
They are
them?
not online yet. I hope to get them online by tomorrow, but by Friday at latest.
Well, we have to have the maps so I can know what we're talking about here.
I understand.
We people do not know what this is.
I understand, and like I said, it's been a busy month. I'm busy every day. I have every intention to
I'm not
try and have them
reproaching
online.
you. I'm not
By
reproaching
tomorrow,
you. But
Friday
we do
latest.
not know what this is. Now, one of these properties, Bay Bridge, I believe, but I haven't seen the map, that they're discussing a property that was in my family for 100 years and sold by my grandfather in 1953. Now, I know a lot about this property, and I'm going to have to see a map if they're going to put up bridges there. What is the ecological disturbance of the lake, Lake Del Carlia, or the animals, or the birds? We don't know anything about it. They're going to try to do a public hearing, push that through, and we don't know what it entails on disturbance. So that's another thing you're going to have to look at, I believe. Yeah, they just can't go through and, how many feet here and how many feet there, but what are they really doing to that land? That's my opinion, humble opinion. Okay?
Yes.
Please, let's look into that before they can put anything through on a public hearing. Okay, yeah, that was it.
Thank you.
Very short and sweet.
Race. The race.
I'm old, but I'm fast. Mary Joan Dixon, 8711 West 132nd Place. I want to thank you for going down to the sewer plant last month. I made a statement, I was told I was incorrect. That was May, we were at 79%. You corrected me with the new update, I appreciate that. The other thing I want you to do is think about water. There have been just under 90 wells drilled in this community in the last 3 years. Those are people who've been here, that were without water, sometimes for 2-3 weeks because of where their wells are located. They can't get equipment in there now. We could say, oh, well, that's too bad. No, it's not too bad. These people still have to live here. Some of these areas, you're not gonna have that water there for, 2 of them. So what do they do, without water?
I agree with you wholeheartedly.
And just note, if you didn't know, 2,000 kids were sent home on Thursday because there wasn't water pressure.
Was that?
From school, on Thursday.
There was a recent problem with MacArthur with water pressure too. Didn't the fire department have to, Bill, can you answer that?
It's not related to water pressure, it's related to the project itself. They just didn't achieve certain things.
Oh, okay.
I don't suppose I can say anything.
All right, Nick.
Jason Griffin, 12823 Ferry Street. I had a comment about the item 4 you guys talked about. I agree with the developer losing a lot, to one lot to them, but I think the community is going to gain a lot by that. And I appreciate the foresight and thinking about the future development, exit roads that are there. Second thing, apologize, I was like a little cold. Second item, came up yesterday about a TIF for Monastery Woods North. You guys recall that?
TIF?
Yeah, on Monastery Woods North, is that the same?
There's been some discussion of possibly incorporating that into a residential TIF as well as what we're calling Oak Brook and
I think it was 4.
a couple other ones on the west side. We call it northwest side and then southwest.
But Monastery Woods North was.
Possibly, but I don't know where we're at on that today, Chris.
Yes.
Is that ball been rolling?
To include it.
Okay.
Is there somewhere we can get more information on that and what the benefit is to the town for that?
You bet. So, in short, I'm just going to explain it to you if I can, Mr. Chairman. The residential TIF would enable us to capture anything above what that empty field is today, what that empty field where Oak Brook is today, and be able to utilize some of that for other things outside of the TIF, such as public safety, et cetera. So if you don't capture that, it goes back to Lake County. So by capturing it, it's, any growth, increment finance, stays within the town of Cedar Lake, and that's what tool and mechanism we've used along the 41 corridor to get water to 41, we used it for the 133rd corridor, et cetera. So it's a great advantage to towns, and that's why the state essentially did that. However, we have to go meet all the statutory requirements by going to meet with all the different school organizations within our town. We have 3 of them, Lowell, Crown Point, and explain to them
No
what we
change to the current plat as a result of that?
Yeah, other than that, it's something new.
If Chris would repeat the Carmo address where they can,
Yeah, so if you type into Google, and I forget the exact HTTP, if you choose Carmel IN, they have a series of videos on there that explains from their executive director, who's an attorney, the benefits and processes of
Very helpful.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
You bet.
Anybody else?
I should have asked you what happened to Purdue on Saturday.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Fungi, 14619 Bell Place. Been kind of a enlightening experience. I sit up there where you guys are, not in this kind of capacity before, and it just astounds me. It just astounds me with a lot of the things that went on tonight. My first comment, or my first question is, that the W district, the wildlife, or the wetlands and wildlife.
Wetlands and waterways?
Waterways designation. I never really got a chance to see exactly where that runs along. I assume it runs along the waterway that separates the 10th and the 9th and 10th hole of the old golf course.
It basically runs along 12, 13, that section that... No?
It's a zoning, so wetlands and waters is a zoning designation. It's an old one that was kind of maintained with the previous zoning map. You can actually see it, it's the wetland area south of 147th Court, so south of South Shore subdivision. So that blue area?
It's the dark blue area.
Okay, so it doesn't affect the actual present-day golf course property?
No, that's just zoning designation, which is confusing, but we left it in there for various reasons. They're still subject to wetlands and floodplains on the golf course itself. That's an entirely separate thing. Wetlands and water is just a weird old zoning classification.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Okay, well, that was one of the things. So the area of acre of park that they're designing is not in that wetland designation, from what I can understand, from what I saw this evening, is that correct?
I need to look in that specifically. So they've designated that on their development plan as preserved natural area, and then other portions of the golf course that are not residential lots are just shown as open space right now, so that needs to be clarified. They'll need to do the typical parkland calculation to figure out what their development needs and what they're providing. So that'll actually be one of our comments for all 3 subdivisions. And then there's the odd part of their private open space north of 145th and how they're tying that into their, publicly accessible parkland. So that'll have to be vetted as well.
Okay, that was my other question, is this parkland or wetland space that's supposed to be preserved, if that's gonna be open to the public?
I mean, it's floodplain right now. I don't know how accessible that piece of land south of 147th is today, usable, I guess. It's probably high-quality wetlands, so I highly doubt they can actually do anything in there without going through some heavy permitting through the state and feds.
But I think 10, 11, I guess 12,
And then maybe...
I think that's all usable by the residents.
Yeah, that creek running along the west edge of the golf
Oh,
course.
nine.
Sorry, I've never actually played the course, so I don't know where you're talking.
Yeah,
I mean, that's all floodplain. It's basically backwater from the lake, and it's a wetland. So they're gonna
Because,
be,
yeah, you know, I've played there and, you know, nine's wet, many.
Well, they don't show houses on that portion.
no, they don't, they show a detention basin over there, which isn't gonna fly either.
It's more from Morris towards, number 15 Fairway.
And because of the R1 designation, of the existing zoning district for the golf course, you know, do we have any kind of leg to stand on as far as,
You know, Jeff, it would have been nice if the attorney would have hung around and the developer would have hung around to listen, because typically Jack, when he's presenting something, he'll hang around and listen to public comment and absorb the comments of the public. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay.
But if the attorney would have stayed online longer, some of these questions for the folks could have been addressed by what counsel that we have.
He probably didn't want to abuse his power.
Well, I think in the future, he should be required to stay until the meeting is completely over and public comment is done.
One question I had, 145th and Morris, are they, federal evacuation, emergency evacuation, route, streets?
Morris is an FAU, 145th is not.
So, are they aware that there's a 40-foot setback off of Morris?
I think it's 50.
40 for residential.
40 for residential?
40
Okay.
for
Oh,
residential.
50 for commercial, sorry.
And that will be upheld?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they can ask to deviate from it, but if it's not within their PUD guidelines or development agreement, it will revert back to that requirement, yeah.
Okay. All right. And I just, you know, this is new to me. I mean, I live 150 feet off of Morris, but I just can't, it's unfathomable to think that this is what we're gonna be looking at.
Yeah.
You know, and this is not a good gateway to our community from the south.
We're trying not to have that, Jeff.
Well, I understand, I'm just expressing my views. I guess if there has to be some density, can it be along, you know, 147th Avenue? Can it be on the south side of the lot?
South end, anywhere but the Moore Street.
No, so, okay. I'm sorry, I had to make some notes, so, you know, I understand, the need or the desire of, you know, our past town council and seeing the foresight as far as zoning that R1 back in the day, because, you know, we all know things don't last forever. So I just can't, I just can't see that there can't be a market for, what are they on average, 10,000 square foot lots is basically what our...
There is a market, Jeff. There's just not the profit margin that some developers desire.
Well, okay. And I hope that's, you know, I hope that's a consideration of you guys on this board. So, the big, slough pond, that's, in the, Founder's Creek, next to the, Clean Sweep building off of Morris. Is that going to be maintained? Do they show detention in there?
It's shown as maintained. I don't know how that jives with their land plan just yet, but that's most likely a high-quality wetland as well.
Okay,
so,
there's, and I think a lot of it runs under the street now. I think they finally put a culvert there with...
We always had water, so we did put a culvert.
Okay.
When the ground's super saturated, it still goes over top.
You know, I'm sure that's gonna reappear and reappear. So I think that ought to be something that you guys look at too.
There's a lot of vetting, Jeff. There's a lot of vetting. That's insane. And but the woods to the east of that pond you're talking about is now staying, the plan from a long time ago. What showed that is houses and they destroy all those oaks and stuff, so that they're showing staying.
Okay. do all of these have, and I guess the only other thing was, the Lakedale property. Greg alluded to it earlier, and to think that a 55-year-old community and older will not have kids running around full-time is crazy, is ludicrous.
I agree. So I try to use logic when I'm thinking.
I mean, I have a 17-year-old kid, works for me now, broken family, mom and dad, he lives with his grandparents.
Yep.
And it happens more and more all the time that people just don't, it's swept under the rug, unfortunately.
Jeff, can I segue off to something that you talked to Don about a minute ago? It just happened to pop into my mind.
Jeff, I thought you called him Chuck.
I said Jeff. If I forget his name, I really got wrong.
Okay, I misunderstood you then.
We go back a ways.
That's fine.
There was discussion last night about the future widening of Morse Street. And whatever happens on the Morse Street parts of these things, I think the consideration for the right-of-way should be considered in the planning part of this to widen Morse Street, because if you take 15 feet away from my front yard, I'm gonna have traffic 15 feet away from my house. The time to think about that is before something gets built and have the right-of-way built into it, rather than try to force something in after something gets built. And a lot of times, we don't have the forethought to make sure that nothing's there now, that right-of-way acquisition or a potential widening of Moore Street, which we all know is gonna have to happen, needs to be considered before any approval happens on any plat, period. And that's all of it, all of Moore Street.
Ashley, could you bring that up? That's a good point.
I am making a note, to send off to Steve Kill so that he is aware of it. That way he can tell me what is the right-of-way dedication that they're proposing for. I know on Founder's Creek they're proposing 40.5 foot right-of-way dedication. I don't know if for 100% non-red cedars, and that's what I'm gonna find out.
You shouldn't come back 5 years from now and try to take property from me when it's vacant right now.
No, we'll likely request a 40-foot right-of-way dedication on 140 foot and more.
Thank you, appreciate it.
That gives us 80 feet.
Hey, Jeff.
I just had a quick question. Gail Brannon, 7014 West 39th Place. Are there other large parcels of property that was zoned 15 years ago, 20 years ago, that are still out there and haven't come before?
There could be, I'm not sure.
I hope not, but like Greg said, it could be. Like across from Hanover was like in the 80s or something.
Well, that's what the twilight clause on site, and that's what I'm calling it. I'm not sure what the correct legal term would be for it. But anything that gets approved going forward, a responsible legislation would. If they haven't started doing that development in 2 years, it reverts back zoning and all what it was before.
Oh,
And that way-
that's already in.
Well, we need to continue, we need to start doing that on every development that comes through here.
Is that some kind of a zoning document?
It's something that
needs to be in place, or-
something has to be incorporated into the PUD agreement and the zoning agreement when a subdivision is approved. And it's nothing against things that happened in the past,
No.
but because, these situations present themselves over time, people forget about what gets approved. It doesn't get built, it doesn't this, we go through a housing slump, whatever. And 20 years later, we have people that want to take advantage of an opportunity that was left behind, and that's exactly what's happening here.
And I think our new zoning ordinance says a land change, it does then revert back, or they have to come back and forth. There's some clause in our new, it's either in the PUD or in the...
Legal nonconformity, but
Yeah.
that's for already existing properties. To my knowledge, and I need to check with legal, there's nothing that once we rezone something that states that it reverts back to its original zoning after.
If we're gonna be responsible going forward,
Straight zoning won't.
that needs to be a consideration for everything that happens going forward. It just creates a bad situation.
Well, thank you, that's what I was wondering, if there was something, or if we need to do something to prevent it from happening. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Cheryl. Or Gail. I looked at Cheryl and called her Gail. Vice versa.
That's late.
That was a lot. Terry Broaders, 14513 Morse. I'd be a resident directly across the street from the old golf course property. Before I get to that, I numbered the things that I wanted to go through. Of course, I'm a little tired, so please bear with me. There was I don't know, I'm sure most of the people in the room didn't pick up on it, but I'm sure some of the people in the room did pick up on it. During the discussion with the lawyer, talked about the 60 days, John, you were in discussion with him at length. One of the things that I caught in the midst of it was I believe there was a window left open for this commission, along with the town council, to slow this down. Now, understanding the 60 days from the application, but that application is we're talking about a concept 2 weeks ago, we're talking about a workshop tonight, well, he's already got a 2-week public meeting set up before, so in all reality, the window that was left open was 60 days from comments. That makes 60 days from tonight because the final comments gone back and forth between both parties, according to Joe. That's what you guys can hold them to, 60 days from today's comments. And of course, in the writing, it probably does say from that, but that's in a situation, actually, I'm guessing, where there are no comments.
He said not for Matt, Terry.
I'm sorry. Where it's just a simple, build a house, the blueprint's there, it was approved, it's done. Sure, no comments, it's 60 days. But in a project, I'm sorry, in 3 projects this size, to come in 2 weeks ago for the first time, to talk 2 weeks later for the second time, and to be having a public hearings 2 weeks from now, after everybody here has already said they didn't have enough time. Well, it's a pretty big window that you guys, in fact, this should be a question I would get on Joe first thing in the morning to clarify, because I'm not a lawyer, obviously. But it sounded to me like 60 days from the final comments, and tonight would make that final comments and all.
Terry, they were here a month ago.
All year long I've heard that, John.
I'm telling you, they were here a month ago, and...
That was the concept, though, I believe, right?
We gave them comments at that work session then. So if you want to get technical about it, it's 60 days from then.
From 2 weeks ago?
No.
First of August, the first work session in August. That would have been August 2nd?
So you guys did all this math already?
Oh, yeah.
Well, again, I like to think that's a window we might be able to stick a foot through, and maybe the rest of the body, providing we wanted to. That would slow this whole process down on all 3 projects, at least 2 months, which then puts it another month.
Excuse me a minute, but you said if we wanted to.
I'm sorry.
Everyone up here wants to, but legally we can't. So don't accuse us of not wanting to.
Well, I didn't say anything that you're doing illegally, John. I'm sorry, I didn't accuse you of anything. What I said was if you prefer, or if you would like to vote or make a motion to try to slow this down a little bit, I think you can act on that, because there was more discussion tonight than there was in the last meeting. In fact, much more discussion tonight in the last meeting. And I think that would be a legal leg to stand on. If any one of the 2 lawyers were standing here, they would probably agree to that. That's just number 1.
Mr. Lyons is probably not going to agree to it, though, Terry.
I'll just let that one go. Secondly, he's trying to zone 2 separate properties disconnected by a major thoroughfare under 1 PUD. How does that follow under the law? I mean, it seems to be that it should be 2 separate PUDs, being that it's going to be zoned 2 separate zonings, not even, how would you say, alike. So that'd be something I'd like to hear more about. Talked about, I looked at that map, and you got, some units got 6, some units got 8. I'm talking about the townhomes now. And this is the townhomes along Morris and wrapped around. They did a real nice job of keeping everything quiet from the sound of Morris. There's an increase of traffic and all of that. But the problem is that when I looked at that picture, and you guys talked about this once already tonight, and twice in fact, about setbacks. And I looked at that picture, and every one of those townhomes has a front door coming out onto Morris and onto 145th Street, and it does connect to a sidewalk, which is fantastic. I believe in sidewalks, I believe in connecting communities. But what it doesn't allow for is any on-street parking. And in the back, what they're called, they're referred to as rear-loaded, they'll have garages in the back and will butt up to the garages across the driveway from them. Those garages don't have doors that go up to the units, they don't have outside access, they only through the garage door. So, and I've seen this, I'm in the pizza business, I don't know if I've ever told anybody that, but I deliver pizzas on occasion when I have to, and in fact, these buildings are all over Lockport where I live. You can't get in the back, and you gotta walk a mile to the front, and the people that live there hate it. So, what I'm gonna explain to you is that you guys need to start thinking about what is the future, right? Where are they gonna park? What if a 25-year-old moves into a middle unit and invites everybody over on a Friday night? Where's he gonna put them cars? I mean, there's a lot of things here that I think have to be discussed before you allow, to come in with 3 large projects in a matter of 2 months' time, getting them passed. It just seems like, I think somebody mentioned it tonight, it seems like they're ramming them down our throats, or ramming them down your throats. I'm not voting. But I think I can remember when I met with Chris Salatas in this very room, the very first meeting I had with him, I spoke to him about this particular property, and I verified, before I purchased my property, this is on my first meeting with Chris, I verified the zoning, which was R1, I verified the frontage, I verified the square footages, I verified all that, because I wanted to know what I'd be moving into or looking at, correct? I remember what his response was, but I can't guarantee that because the owner of that property believes in density. Look at his license plate. He already knew. How did he get this shop to sell out this town? To take a simple, small lake recreational town and turn it into where I'm trying to get out of it.
Terry, we had people remonstrate, we wanted it to be a YMCA, but in hindsight, we should have bought it and kept it a municipality golf course.
I would have loved that.
A golf course was asinine. We made a bad decision by not figuring out a way to buy it, and...
But John, don't make another bad decision by rezoning it into such density. Leave it to R1. Do you understand, he's gonna build mansions on that lake. You've got Shilling around the corner with mansions.
What you don't understand is that it's...
No, that's going R1.
We're facing law.
Well,
And we have to abide by
By
the
not
law.
wanting to change zoning, he can sue you by you not wanting to change your zoning that you guys created? Can't you guys just, that's what Dave does, can't you guys just say no? There's 7 people on the board that's gonna vote this in, it's not even gonna be you guys are gonna give a favorable recommendation. 7 people are gonna make this decision for, what is it, something like 2,000 homes over the next 8 years? 7 people? Because if you ask 700 people in town, nobody's gonna say yes. So my thoughts are, again, utilize that window, see if you can step through, get a couple months, maybe you can slow this down, maybe the new board that steps up. And in fact, one more suggestion, to make these decisions, these radical decisions, with 3 months left on this board and a possible 4-member turnover, it almost seems irresponsible. It almost seems like you're having a fire sale with this kind of property.
Next, please.
I got a comment. You don't know what decision we're gonna make yet. How can you accuse us of making a bad decision? You haven't heard our decision.
Sir, I've been here for a year and a half now. I think I got pretty good regulation.
Okay.
Recollection, I'm sorry.
We'll be right at the top.
Jerry Wilkening, 10826 West 131st Avenue. A couple things. Don, Mr. Kill was mixing road and driveway. The blacktop that he's gonna be putting in is gonna meet road regulation.
Yeah.
The way he was talking about between the buildings and somebody's driveway and all that kind of stuff.
I mean,
And it's not gonna be like that little spur of a mess over in, the south end of Beacon Point, where there's no curbs and a driveway going to those little few houses.
we would not recommend that, but I need to see what he put in there. Like I said, I haven't gotten into the details of it yet.
I'm asking if he's gonna be required to meet, when he says it's a road between the houses or a driveway, is it gonna meet the blacktop specifications? like we have for, like.
Yeah, I mean, unless he's requesting a variance from that or a deviation from standards, it's up to this board to either accept it or not accept it.
I thought he said a road, Jerry, asphalt, and he's gonna put the sidewalk on that section, flooding up to the curb.
Yeah, but he was talking
Not
about
have the
between,
green space.
he was talking about between the units. And not having.
Between the units, not.
Between all that ends up without a curb there.
Private
It
road, private drive.
ends up being a mess.
Edge of the road cracks in 5 years.
It's a mess. It's a mess. John, all these years, you and I have talked about density. Did your own little study.
Yep.
In percentages, and, I just have a yes or no question. Would you prefer R1 in these projects?
Hey, Jerry, I live on an R1 parcel. I can tell you that.
Okay.
I like land.
Me too.
That's my motto.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what
So
I'm gonna
so
tell
your
you.
answer is yes?
I'm gonna tell you, I always like land. That's what I'm gonna tell you.
Okay, all right.
I don't own land to build a development, I'm not a developer, blah, blah, blah.
I'll take that as a yes. I also agree that we need to trust our professionals, even though the public safety professional and sometimes our director of operations aren't particularly listened to. And most importantly, there's findings that are required for a PUD. There's 7 of them. And I don't think Mr. Lawton is, or his representative, Mr. Kill, for that matter, has proven any of those to us in any way, shape, or form, unless somebody's already vetted that. I mean, has somebody already vetted that with Mr. Kill? Anybody?
Well, 2 of them were already zoned PUD, Jerry. Only the golf course wasn't, right? So.
Well, it was. No, it was rezoned.
He's rezoning
He's
it.
asking for a PUD.
Yeah, but
And there's, in section D, there's the findings that are required, there's 7 of them. And they're similar to the BZA, developmental, that kind of thing. They're similar to those. And I just want to know if anybody heard the answers to any of those questions. I mean, I didn't hear anything, and I want is not on that list. So, thank you.
Carl Worsey, 10290 West 138th Place, last I remember. First of all, I want to say thank you, particularly for your comments, Greg and Mr. Capora. I learn a lot, and I enjoy coming to these meetings. So, that said, a lot of discussion every time we meet about water, and that's my other big thing next to the emergency notification system. But I have an interest in looking at things long-term with water. So with water supply, groundwater supply, so I have a question because I'm interested in the wells that are being dug, and specifically what's referred to as this lighthouse well, and I'm trying to find some of my own information online. It's probably outdated, but I'm doing the best I can. But that said, it's been mentioned a couple of times that the information about the well, the particulars, are available as, say, freedom of information with town. Is that correct?
Only information that qualifies to be released under the Freedom of Information Act.
Okay, but there is information available about that particular well.
Depends what questions you ask.
Oh,
I will
well,
defer to what Mr.
I
Austin
don't,
had said
well,
earlier. There's
my
a lot of
question is, I don't.
security
I'm just
involving
looking-
water sources.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that piece, but if I'm asking for any information that's available specific to the lighthouse well, when I fill out my form, what do I ask for?
We
I
can't tell you what to put on
can't,
that.
I can't tell you what to ask for.
So there's information out there that's supposed to be accessible for me, but I don't know what I'm supposed to ask for.
I don't know what you're looking for.
Any information about the well that would be released to a person. I don't have a specific.
Mark, I can help you. So most
What
of the
do I
time,
ask for?
I would ask how deep, how many gallons per minute,
Well, I
the basics,
understand
right?
that, I understand that.
I'm trying to help you.
I know about all the things that are online with, when you're looking at the well, map with the state. But that's what I'm asking for this particular well, just information, basic information. But what I'm asking for is when I'm writing it down and saying I would like information, what do I just say about the lighthouse well?
You have to narrow it down more specific than that.
But see,
Google it, and ask what kind of questions you should ask about public water.
you know what, I'm sorry, but this is like stonewalling.
We don't know what you want to
Seriously?
ask. The depth, the gallons per minute, I'm trying to be helpful.
Oh, I know all that, you know,
IURC,
status level, what the
IDEM,
layers
whatever.
are, all that good kind of stuff, I understand, so that's all I'm asking for.
I have a suggestion, go to Indiana American Water and look at some of their thank you, acquisitions, and then try to see what types of things that were asked, and that would give you something, place to start, in my opinion.
You're not gonna get much. I looked at the acquisition that, the town undertook when the town bought the Robin's Nest well, and it's not gonna give you that information because a lot of it is protected under federal law because it's sensitive water source information.
But let's look at it this way, if I go on the map, in Indiana's, well map, and it has all this information on there, that's what I'm looking for. So if I can get that information, I'm just going online, why can't I get the information about, current information about this well, same kind of stuff? Because it's not current on the map.
Greg, can you give her a way to find that? Because you seem to come up with some stuff
I'm
tonight.
just asking, how do I ask?
So when it comes to public record information requests, we are not allowed to provide information or help you fill it out. You are supposed to be specific in what it is that you are requesting. We cannot tell you. As long as we can't tell you what you put on there. So
it's a waste
fill
of
it out,
time?
you can
So
fill it
if I
out.
ask for something and then I get nothing back because you tell me you can't provide me with any information, then we'll never really know. So how are we supposed to know, how are they supposed to know? Because they're asking for that information about the well and about the viability, and you're saying, oh, the engineer said.
I got a suggestion, talk to
Yeah.
Mary Joan over there, she has a way of getting a hold of information like that.
I do a fair job myself in the global sense. I'm just looking for something more specific and asking how to get the information. So, you know, I feel like I'm being a little stonewalled, but that's okay.
It's not for me.
Oh, no.
Barb, we don't know.
You're the one
We
that's
don't know.
asking. But the other thing I would say, and I'll try to disclose the stuff, is, you know, as Mary Jo said, there were, 90 wells that had to be redug? My understanding of the, groundwater rights laws in Indiana is that if the town, digs a well, and it's a high water withdrawal well, and people in the area then, and it goes up and running, and more people in the area lose their well water, that it's up to the owner of that high-capacity, that withdrawal well, to then pay for water, to reestablish water for those people whose wells run dry. And that is what you were talking about.
Happened to me, I'm one of the 300.
Well, I understand that.
90, whatever you
But
said.
the Indiana code says that you have rights.
I'm not an attorney.
I'm
I
not
just bought a new
either,
well.
but
Deeper one.
the code is plain and simple. If you lost your water after they put up monastery,
There's no scientific proof it's from the same aquifer.
there are ways of going about this, and that means you
So
probably...
what is your point here? What are you trying to do?
So the point I'm trying to say is that if we don't know what the real capacity of all these wells are, not just now, but going forward to the future, we're gonna still, and you're having to make decisions based on not fully knowing. then
We
the
have an engineer who tells us if the capacity that, if the
Well,
present,
maybe, but
We're not in Phoenix.
we have an engineer that tells us, listen,
Yes, John.
you wanna ask questions, and someone wants to give information, they keep flapping the lip, okay? We have a professional engineer that tells us if we have enough potable water to accommodate the houses that want to be built. They don't give us a whole 15 pages.
Well,
They give us the information we need to know to make the decision. And we can't get information from him either, from the town and stuff, because we're not entitled to it because of security.
well, I'll let that go. But
Thank
I
you.
appreciate what you're saying, but I also think about going forward, and if you think we're not Phoenix now, how do you know we're not gonna be Phoenix in 5 or 10 or 20 years, and that you can guarantee water even for that
If you
long?
sat here long enough, which you have, do you know that this whole commission and the council thinks about going forward 15, 20, 30
Well-
years? So that is not a fear of yours.
It
Thank
is-
you. Do we have
it is
another
a
public
fear.
comment?
Groundwater. No water, no.
Now, can you
problem
move?
suffered. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Hello,
Hi.
Meg Haley, 14819 Morris Street. I'm actually kind of representing our little subdivision that actually is called Gulfview Estates, which is right across the street from the golf course. Our little back section here. We are not in favor of rezoning Red Cedars. We would like to keep it R1. Definitely, we are not in favor of the townhomes that would be in front of our homes. Moore Street being 2 lanes, he brought up the point about parking. He did not bring up the point about deliveries. Amazon is on our street delivering every single day, multiple FedEx, UPS. Where are they gonna park? Where are they gonna be delivering? I want to also thank the Schilling representative for, willing to negotiate in good faith. I do not feel like Mr. Lawton is willing to negotiate in good faith. With all the variables that we don't know, the well, the sewer, we're in favor of you guys doing your homework, which you have. I appreciate you guys checking out the sewer stuff. If it can be put off, so you guys can do so everyone can do their homework and research and everything, I'm just very appreciative of that. I do have one question. Is Cedar Lake a unique area that just has wells? We all are on wells, we don't have city water. Is that unique in this area or anywhere close to here? That we can compare how they handle it, how they handle these situations?
Because we're south of the Continental Divide, our sewer water runoff we can't get like Michigan water.
Right, I know
So our
that.
sewer water
I know that,
runoff
but
goes
are
to
there
Kankakee.
other towns that
St.
are?
John is similar to us. So sometimes they have to buy water, I believe, Chris, from Cherville, don't they?
You're right in that regard, but they buy water from Sheridan.
But is there another town
Oh, okay.
nearby that is all wells?
Shelby would be the first one I would think
Not
of.
in town,
Yeah, it's not in the size that we have.
I
There's,
don't think so.
No, we're very rural.
am I right?
No, Demont has the water system.
It'd be an
They'd even
unincorporated
expanded
town
it.
probably, area.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good question.
So, just wanted to let you know my opinion, and I appreciate you guys doing all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we're adjourned.